On this day, 2.5 centuries ago, our forefathers gathered for the second time in as many years for a national day of fasting and prayer. The resolution of the Continental Congress called on the 13 colonies to humble themselves in preparation for the coming war, with true penitence of heart and the most reverent devotion publicly to acknowledge the overruling providence of God. In 3.5 months' time, the colonists would be in open revolt against the most powerful empire in the history of the world. Many, on both sides of the Atlantic, thought their cause was a suicide mission. The founders were not naive men. They knew their lives were on the line. That was the premise of Benjamin Franklin's dark joke after signing the Declaration of Independence, where he said, "We must indeed all hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately." They had no guarantees of victory. They knew that what they were trying to do had never been done before in human history. But with the dark storm clouds of war looming on the horizon, they did what Christians have always done, across place and time for 2,000 years. They turned their eyes to heaven and placed their fate in the hands of God. It is no coincidence that America, from the very beginning, has occupied a unique and exceptional place in world history. Before the Christian West, most societies, and civilizations for that matter, thought in stagnant cycles: the flooding of the Nile, the return of the rains, the cycle of the harvest. History for them was a wheel to nowhere. It turned and turned only to end up back where it began. But our faith calls us outwards into the limitless darkness of the unknown. It tells us to go forth and preach the gospel to the world as a witness unto all nations, unto the ends of the earth. From that command came America. Our nation, more than any other in history, was shaped by this Christian idea. We saw it at work already in 1630, more than a century before the Revolution, when John Winthrop stood on the deck of the Arabella in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and preached a sermon to his fellow Puritan colonists. "We shall be as a city upon a hill," he told them. "The eyes of all people are upon us." That same faith pushed America further to new frontiers. It was the engine of westward expansion. Who will respond to the call from beyond the Rocky Mountains, one reverend wrote in a public message to the American churches in 1833, calling for a wave of missionaries to leave the comforts of civilization and spread the gospel in the wilderness. Countless Americans answered that call. It was the same faith that was at work when Samuel Morse sent the first long-distance telegraph message in 1844. His message was a verse from the book of Numbers: "What hath God wrought?" And on Christmas Eve of 1968, 3 American astronauts orbited the moon. They were the first men in history to witness an Earthrise from lunar orbit, to look back at the blue marble of our home from 250,000 miles away. The world was watching. It was the largest television audience in the history of the world up to that point. And what did they say? They opened the book of Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. This is who we are. It is who we have always been. America is still a young nation measured against the record of history. And from the beginning, we have carried the belief that our country represents something new in the world. But the soul of our nation has always been rooted in an ancient faith.
God bless America. Wow, that was great. That was just great. I thought I would play it. I saw that, and I thought it was great how Marco Rubio, just what he's become, And yes, God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her. Mhm. What's up, everybody? Muffin Rando, great to see you. Absent-minded, awesome to have you here. Delay is obvious. Good to see you. Ank, what's up, buddy? Awesome seeing you tonight. What's up, Derek? How you doing? Miss Hacker, great to see you. Woodtick Mike's here too. What's up? Delay is obvious is also here. This guy, Jim Satala, is here too. Nice to see you. Catherine K, awesome. Thanks for being here. None Your Business is here too. And Mr. Sneaky Sean was first. What's up, everybody? How's it going? My name's Jim, and I'm going to tell you some news. We got some good stories. We got a whole bunch of stories with the light from above. That's right. And guide her. Yes. Morning Doom is here too. We are all in for an ugly, tough time ahead to fight for and save America. Yes. I'm really wanting to vote for him if he runs. Well, if he runs, I think I would vote for him too. Hugh Ed Wass says, I miss that country. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know if it's like a primary between him and JD Vance. I don't know. I might vote for Marco Rubio. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But yeah, what's up, everybody? My name's Jim. I'm going to tell you some news. It's a nice Sunday night, nice relaxing night, but the news is not that relaxing. We got a whole heap of stories to talk about. And as usual, we do have a goal like we have every night. And the way it works is the show runs about 2.5 hours unless we hit the goal. And the goal is that for every $100 that comes in toto across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships or becoming members on YouTube or Rumble, also Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, whatever you want to call it, and Super Tips, along with Locals coins and memberships or gifting memberships on Kick and Twitch. I add it all up, and when we hit $100, we add an additional hour to the show. And then for each additional $100, if I'm so, if everyone's so generous and I'm lucky, then we would add another additional hour for each 100. And so the show could be 2 hours, 4 hours, 5, 6, 10, 12, you name it, whatever you want it to be. It's totally up to you guys. And as an added bonus, when we hit $50, I like to add Bellavision in at 50. But if somebody is so generous that an individual person gives $25 or greater, we activate Bellavision automatically. That could be like an individual, like Cash App, a PayPal of $25. It could be 5 gifted memberships on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, you name it, or Locals, anything like that. If that happens, I pay attention and we activate Bellavision. We have our first of the evening from Lisa Day, $5. Let's go. Thank you so much, Lisa Day. That means right now we are 95 away from adding a first additional hour to the show and just 45 away from Bellavision. Yes, thank you, thanks. When storm clouds gather far across the sea, let U.S. swear alliance to a land that's free. Let us be grateful that we are far from there as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. I don't know if I said that right. Fans better get busy. Mark will be hitting it lately. Yes, he does. Yes, he do. Prelude to God Bless America. Oh, okay, cool. So let's see what's happening here. We'll do this. We'll get into the first news story of the evening. What do you say, folks? Trump's White House ballroom funding is in jeopardy after the Senate ruling, but it's not a Senate ruling. It's the Senate Parliamentarian. The Democrats say. Hey, Bella. Oh, I forgot. We have to take Bella down. So there goes Bella. Unless we hit the money, we take Bella down. Mm-hmm. So a U.S. Senate official on Saturday removed security funding that could be used for President Trump's planned White House ballroom. It's not for the ballroom, it's for the security features. See, this is where they're lying. The ballroom itself, all the ballroom stuff is being paid for privately. The only thing that's being paid for by the Congress is the bunker below and the security stuff, like the Secret Service stuff. The Democrats lawmakers said, imperiling Republican efforts to devote taxpayer money to this contentious project. She did that on something else. She did it on something else too. We're going to talk about it. She also did it on the funding for immigration stuff. What's up, Steve? How you doing tonight? Great to see you. Hi, Bella. Bye, Bella. Well, Bella, if Bella gets called to the main stage, she will be there. The decision by the Senate's parliamentarian, Elizabeth McDonough, deals a blow to Trump and his administration, which has sought the money for purposes related to the ballroom. It's not related to the ballroom. It's other stuff. Trump had said the construction would be funded by $400 million in private contracts. But Senate Republicans are seeking $1 billion to fund the Secret Service for security upgrades to the ballroom and other structures being built beneath it. It's for the structures being built beneath it. That's what the money's for. Dimwit Dems say a lot, and seldom it is what they say. Yes, that's what they do. Demon rats have criticized the ballroom as an expensive, frivolous diversion. Trump, a real estate developer turned politician, has written on social media this will be the finest building of its kind anywhere in the world. McDonough ruled that the security funding provision falls under chamber rules that require 60 votes. Why? Who is she? What right does she have? I don't know. Maybe Thune. It seems like maybe Thune is purposely doing this because he could fire her and appoint someone else. What's up, HJ Remy? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. But if they'd fund $1 trillion for it, Obama was in office. Yeah, they would, and it would be fine. According to Jeff Merkley, the top demon rat on the Senate Budget Committee. Oh, so the demon rat saying that she's saying this stuff. So obviously she's working with them. Republicans hold a 53-47 majority in the Senate. The parliamentarian interprets Senate rules, including whether legislative provisions are permitted. Republican senators could still revise the legislation to gain the parliamentarian's approval. Why is there an unelected bureaucrat that's in charge and we need their approval? This is ridiculous. While we expect Republicans to change the bill to appease Trump, demon rats are prepared to challenge any change. Senate Majority Leader Thune's office did not immediately return a request for comment. Yeah, because he's happy with this. Because he's a fucking rhino who doesn't like Trump. Never has. Why is this about $2.86 a piece for U.S. Americans? Maybe $1 billion. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Mitch McConnell can change any rule. Well, Mitch McConnell, is he even alive still? Where is he? Has anyone seen him? If they do not succeed, they may be unable to include the ballroom funding in a $72 billion spending package they plan to vote on the Senate floor, with passage expected on a party line with demon rats opposed. The bulk of the legislation is devoted to immigration enforcement. Republicans have been invoking complex budget rules to try to secure passage without any demon rat support. Oh, kind of like the demon rats always did. Like, how is it possible that the demon rats were able to fund Obamacare with reconciliation then? Can anyone explain that to me? Replace Thune now. Only way to America move forward. Well, they don't have the votes. That's the problem. I'd like to replace them. Demon rats have opposed funding for Trump's signature. Democrats have opposed funding for everything Trump wants to do. The only thing that Democrats want to fund is Ukraine. That's it. More money for Ukraine. Democrats want to give $35 billion to Ukraine. Did you hear me? $35 billion to Ukraine. But yet this $1 billion is a problem. But $35 billion for Ukraine is just fine. Hey, look at this. America First says, let's get Bell up on the stage. Don't leave me hanging, everyone. Thank you so much, America First. With that means, folks, we are $85 away from adding a first additional hour to the show, and only $35 away from television. Thank you so much. 214 bucks a piece for 75 billion each. Yeah, the money they want to give to Ukraine is ridiculous. Republicans have said federal funding for the ballroom security is needed to ensure the presidential safety, citing an April incident which a gunman is accused of storming the black tie. Well, it's not just that. It's not just that thing that's causing the problem. It's all types of stuff. The shit adds up. It does. It starts to add up. The administration has said the ballroom will modernize infrastructure, bolster security, and ease strains on White House staff, which often relies on temporary outdoor structures to host large events. I mean, what kind of, we are supposed to be the most powerful nation on the earth. We're supposed to be, the sole superpower, and we've got people out in tents on the lawn. Like, that's some shit that I would do, put people in tents on my lawn because I don't have my own ballroom. That's not something the United States of America, the president of the United States, should be doing. That's insane. Trump said the ballroom will be completed around September 2028, near the end of his second term. The ballroom isn't even for Trump. That's the thing. Like, these people are ridiculous. Trump's never going to get to use it. Like, maybe once he can use it, like right before he leaves office. Demon rats hoping to win control of Congress November's elections are seizing on Republican support of the ballroom to portray Trump's party as out of touch with the cost of living. The word hanging was blocked by YouTube. YouTube is really starting to ramp up the censorship. Like, last night's video was was unable to get ad revenue. It said, "Oh, it's not. I don't know what I said or did or what I covered last night that I got the old yellow thing saying sorry, not eligible for monetization." Only one I ever heard of being put in a tent was Gaddafi. Well, they kind of live in tents, didn't they? Like, I think they have they're like Bedouins, right? They go from tent to tent. The sheik. Trump last year ordered. Hold on. What the hell? Why isn't it letting me do this? Trump last year ordered the demolition of the White House East Wing, constructed in 1902 during Theodore Roosevelt's presidency, and expanded 4 decades later by Franklin Roosevelt's presidency. But wait, how did they do it if they would need to have these people's approval? The National Trust for Historic Preservation, a nonprofit, filed a lawsuit, which is bullshit, and it's going to get overturned, arguing that neither the president nor the Park Service, which managed the White House, possessed the authority to tear down the historic structure. Excuse me? I think they do. They are not blocking words. They are blocking terminology. Did you open with music yesterday? I know Joe always has issues with it. No, yesterday I didn't open with any music. It was not like that. This is just said it was not, whatever. I don't know. Maybe I said the R word too many times. U.S. Appeals Court in April allowed construction to continue after the judge handling the National Trust lawsuit issued an order halting the project. Then CBS, Senate revising, GOP revising White House ballroom security funding after parliamentarian ruling. Jim sang a lot last night. And not that R word, the grape word. I said grape a lot. There was covered a lot of illegal alien crimes, so a lot of grape talk and other things. So maybe that's what the problem was. Congress made lynching a hate crime and not beating people to death in riots. Yeah, that's what they do. That's how they do.
The east wing of the White House was torn down. President Trump said again and again its replacement, a ballroom, would be entirely funded by private donations. But Republicans are now requesting about $1 billion in taxpayer money for heightened security on that ballroom after a third assassination attempt last month across town. Nancy Cordes.
They're such liars. There is a bunker being built below the ballroom, all right? They had a presidential emergency bunker. The thing is tiny that they had built during World War II. All right. They are putting in like medical offices and other stuff so that more people can actually go down in the bunker. The bunker only had, I don't even know if I could. The bunker did not have room for a lot of people, put it this way. All right. So they're making it an actual bunker that like everybody that's in the White House could actually, most of the people in there could actually go down in if an emergency happened. That's what they're doing. All right. That's what the $1 billion is for. All right. This is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah. Pajama top. Well, it's not though. This is a dress shirt. I mean, look at it. So nice. Silk. Beautiful. Yeah, the 400 million was a hardened facility. Yeah, they keep trying to twist. Oh, well, we're gonna lie because we're Democrats and we can lie, and the media is gonna cover for us. Republicans need to pass a bill for private funding to be used. Maybe. Yeah, East Wing was falling down. It was trash. Yeah, it was garbage. I mean, come on. What's up, Cesium Cat? Great to see you. Good to see you too, Kevin.
Curtis is at the White House with details.
That's the entrance to the new ballroom that's being built.
At an event for military mothers today, President Trump raved about the new ballroom going up just a few feet away.
So if you hear any pounding noises, the pile drivers are out.
He did not mention the new controversy swirling over this, a funding bill drafted by Republican Senator Chuck Grassley that would provide up to $1 billion for security adjustments and upgrades related to the ballroom project. Trump has long insisted the ballroom would be free for taxpayers.
I'm paying for it.
Okay, here's the thing. That bill that they just kind of glossed over what they said, it says specifically in the bill, it does not cover anything on the ballroom itself, like anything above ground. It specifically says nothing above ground in the ballroom. So these people are just liars. Yeah, the East Wing is gone. It's too late. Yeah. I mean, it's just fucking liars, man. Liars.
The country's not, and that's an expensive ballroom.
The bill does say that none of the funds may be used for non-security elements of the project. But Democrats argue that's irrelevant, since the plans call for a drone-proof roof and 6-inch thick glass windows.
Look, American people are struggling, can't afford gas, can't afford groceries. They don't need to be paying for Donald Trump's golden ballroom.
I am the real Barack Obama.
In an interview with Stephen Colbert, former President Barack Obama argued Trump is trampling on long-held norms.
The White House shouldn't be able to direct the Attorney General to go around prosecuting.
Oh, really? Really? So you didn't tell Eric Holder to go around and prosecute people? You didn't do that, you fucking liar. You didn't tell Eric Holder to go and transfer 40,000 guns to the Mexican cartel in Operation Fast and Furious so that you could turn around and try to get us to enact more gun control so you can strip our rights away, you piece of shit. That's what you did.
The president wants to prosecute.
What is your response?
CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez asked the Attorney General, Todd Blanche, about Obama's comments today.
There's something extraordinarily rich about a Democrat suggesting that this administration is charging our political adversaries. I mean, first of all, we're not.
Blanche was Trump's personal attorney before he joined the Department of Justice. So,
yeah. So, who was Eric Holder? Yeah, before that. Who was Loretta Lynch before that? Yeah. He used Barack Obama used the IRS to target conservative groups and right-wing groups after the Tea Party movement. They targeted. Obama had them spy on Trump. The entire Russiagate was Obama spying on Trump. It was trying to stop Trump. Notice how he gave the interview in that fake Oval Office. Yeah, it's real weird, right? Pretending he's president. Maybe we should have him arrested for impersonating the sitting president. Trying to trick people into thinking he's president. I'm not even going to watch anymore of this because it just pisses me off. So the ballroom security funding was blocked by the Parliamentarian, and no one's going to do anything about it. And what else did the Parliamentarian say? Well, the Parliamentarian also said that, you know what? You can't use to fund ICE and Border Patrol. So the entire purpose of this, remember, we're going to pass this, and then we're just going to use the Parliamentarian. And then the demon rats went and got the Parliamentarian to say, yeah, all that stuff that they said they wanted to use it for, yeah, just they say they can't. That's right, just say they can't use it for that. These rules against major sections of the reconciliation. Parliamentarian on Thursday struck down 3 key provisions of the reconciliation bill. Last month, the Senate approved package to fund Homeland Security, ending a 75-day shutdown. ICE and Border Patrol were funded separately through reconciliation. But Senate Republicans put together a $72 billion reconciliation package, and Democrat and Republican staffers met with the parliamentarian to go through the package. And the Obama era Senate parliamentarian, very odd, right? Why there's still an Obama era parliamentarian. Yeah. When he unmasked everyone, he got all the dirt on everyone to blackmail them now. Yeah. So the main Border Patrol funding, additional funding for Homeland Security and border security and technology. So everything that they said they were doing it for, she says, no, you can't. So either Thune has to just say, F off, we're going to do it anyway, because he can do that. He can just say, nah, screw off, because it's just Senate rules. They can just say, yep, no, we're not following you. We don't listen to you. Or fire her and put someone else in charge. Can't Republicans just fire her? Yes, they can just fire her. Or they could just override her and say, nah, we don't care. Because Democrats do it all the time. Democrats have done it all the time when they get ruled against. Yeah. Yep, that's why him and Comey never get prosecuted. Yeah. Hey, Phil Coggins, great to see you, buddy. None of your business, you too. So Senate's referee, whatever. So the parliamentarian found 3 provisions. We saw that. So yeah, so that's where we're at with this. This is just crazy. So, we have to figure out exactly what is going on, why this is happening. I mean, we know why it's happening, because they just try to do everything they can to stop Trump from delivering for us, the American people, for doing what he promised to do. And, we have rhinos working with demon rats to just destroy this country. They're all trying to make money for themselves. That's all they're worried about, is feathering their own nest, as they say. Kickbacks, bribes, other scandals. Mm-hmm. 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 And then we got like this right here. See, confirmed. Not only did Amy Bach, the mastermind behind the $9 billion Minnesota smelly fraud operation, confirmed that Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Islamic Jihad Ellison knew about the fraud, but Amy Bach told the New York Post that the Somali Ilhan Omar was in on it.
Alert also in Minnesota, the convicted ringleader of one of the state's biggest fraud schemes is speaking to Fox News from behind bars. Now, she believes that the scam was no surprise to local Democratic leaders, and she's naming names. She spoke to Alexis McAdams.
Yeah, no, they never would.
Hey, Dana, yeah, so everywhere you look at the state of Minnesota, right, there seems to be another fraud scam. So this one involves Amy Bach. She's a Minnesota woman convicted of fraud for taking taxpayer money that was meant to feed hungry kids. But listen to this. Bach tells me the real issue here is the state of Minnesota, which she says kept giving scammers your taxpayer money even after they were flagged as fraudsters.
I have to believe that the governor's office and Keith Ellison's office were aware of this. They've said they were involved in helping the FBI. They've said they were made aware, but apparently I'm scary, so they couldn't do anything.
So Bach ran this nonprofit called Feeding Our Future. You might have heard of it. It was one of dozens convicted in this $250 million scam. You can see her mugshot there. Prosecutors say this group set up sham restaurants. They pretended they were making these meals. They got paid by the state for those meals, but they just pocketed the cash. Bach, who's looking at 30 years behind bars, tells me the state signed off on those businesses, not her.
It all went through a process. They were all approved. They were all paid by the state, yet all the fingers are being pointed at me.
And it's not just Bach. Whistleblowers told a congressional committee Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison there ignored warnings for years as millions of dollars and millions were stolen on their watch. Congress is investigating a long list of massive fraud schemes in the state. It's hard to keep up. Prosecutors say it's led to at least $9 billion in fraud, Dana, and counting. Congress also asking why the Attorney General there would meet with a group of Somali fraudsters, which were under FBI investigation in 2021. The group can be heard in an audio clip given to us by Bach's lawyer offering to donate to his campaign if he can help them get their funding flowing again.
Oh, wow,
Ellison
that
denies
sounds like some
any
kind of-
wrongdoing
it's
here.
on
He
tape.
slammed Bach in a
on
statement to
tape.
Fox, calling her a liar, a manipulator, adding now she's on a media tour to deflect her guilt onto others instead of finally taking responsibility for this fraud scheme that she ran. So we reached out to Governor Walz too, Dana. He didn't get back to us. House Republicans say it's just getting started. They want to subpoena Walz and Ellison because they say they're responsible for ripping off American taxpayers.
Yes, they're responsible. Tim Walz and that doofus face of his always makes me laugh. Looks like a Muppet. That's right. They don't care about the theft. No, they don't, because they want to get more theft going. That's what they're up to. That's what they're on. That's why they're trying to get this money pushed out to Ukraine as fast as possible, because they want to be able to get paid. Get paid. That's the only way they can get money for their elections, is to steal it from taxpayers. Minnesota squad rep Ilhan Omar knew about the $250 million COVID meal fraud scheme and the mastermind claims from behind bars in the jailhouse interview. Tim Walz is a Chinese spy, but if you don't know that, then I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. What is this? Is this something I want to see? Another commercial. Really? You're going to do 2 commercials? 2 commercials, you jerks. So Amy Bach, the founder of the nonprofit Feeding Our Future, was convicted in March of conspiracy, bribery, and wire fraud for allegedly helping restaurant owners file fake or inflated claims. Like this, I think this woman is the fall person. Like, she probably knew some stuff, but she was obviously put in charge of it by the demon rats. And now they're just throwing her under the bus. So she needs to start naming names. She needs to name names.
You want to tell our viewers, because I don't want to tell you jack shit.
Representative Ilhan blew up at a Lindsay reporter this week for asking questions about supposed accounting discrepancies, which the Democrat has.
Hold on.
I don't want to tell you jack shit.
Representative Ilhan Omar angrily blew up at a Lindsay.
Viewers, because I don't want to tell you jack shit.
I don't want to tell you jack shit.
Omar
Oh, wow.
angrily blew up at a Lindell TV reporter this week for asking questions about supposed accounting discrepancies, which the Democrat has blamed for overstating her net worth by millions of dollars on financial disclosure forms. The viral clip captured
hit
the
that like
far-left
button.
rep looking visibly annoyed while she snapped at the inquiring journalist.
Congresswoman Omar, the last time I spoke to you, you said that I was stupid for asking you about your financial disclosure, but there's some discrepancies on there. Would you like to explain that? How did you make such a big mistake on it? Absolutely, you're stupid for asking me anything. I am? Yes.
You're stupid for asking me anything, she said.
I have explained to the
What's up, NASCAR Mo? How you doing? Great to see you.
I have given them the explanation. Do you want to tell our viewers? Because
You kept her isolated enough to take all the blame, but have no proof of involvement of anyone above. I don't know. There's got to be proof of somebody. I mean, they got.
In May of last year, the Democrat from Minnesota.
They got Keith Ellison on tape soliciting a bribe from the people involved. Ilhan Omar, one of the restaurants that claimed they were feeding 18,000 kids a day or 27,000 kids a day or something. That's where she had all her campaign stops. That's where she was with them. There's pictures. She was there. That's where her campaign events were held. I wish I could have had a $30 million accounting area and not draw any suspicion. Yeah, go F yourself, she said. Yeah, she's terrible. Wait for the split tongue to flick out. Yeah. It's weird how all these people who talk about white supremacy are all married to white people.
Claims she and her husband, Tim Minette, held assets worth between $6 million and $30 million. However, an amending filing reported by the Wall Street Journal last week put the couple's wealth at between $18,000 and $4 and $95,000. The lawmaker claimed the initial filing was riddled with accounting errors. In September, the Washington Free Beacon revealed Omar's net worth had skyrocketed by as much as 3,500%.
Hey, what's up, Roselle Jam? How you doing? Great to see you.
Based on the
Thanks for being here
disclosure
tonight.
she's since disavowed, as Omar's team has repeatedly denied that she was a millionaire. Her husband, a former political consultant, is involved in several businesses, including DC-based venture capital management firm Rose Lake Capital and a Santa Rosa, California winery. The winery listed assets worth between $1 million and $5 million in the 2024 disclosure, and as Rose Lake Capital touted assets worth $5 million to $25 million. Strikingly, Rose Lake Capital previously claimed on its website to manage some $60 billion in assets.
Got her millions to MTV.
Omar filed an amended disclosure in response to questions from the
real.
Office of Congressional Conduct, showing the businesses as having no value once liabilities are
value.
factored in.
No value.
The amended disclosure confirms what we've said all along. The Congresswoman is not a millionaire, Omar's spokeswoman Jacqueline Rogers told the Journal. The Congresswoman amended her disclosures voluntarily as soon as the discrepancy was identified.
Yeah, sure.
Omar's colleagues across the aisle were not necessarily buying it. Ilhan cannot escape accountability much longer. Investigations are ongoing in House committees. The Trump administration has waged war on fraud. House GOP Whip Tom Emmer told reporters Tuesday, if Ilhan Omar is discovered to have been involved in any or to have benefited in any way from any fraud, she must be held accountable. He added,
Must be held accountable.
By the way, that includes marriage fraud.
Marriage fraud, definitely. That's what I'm talking about. That is definitely what I'm talking about. So the founder of the nonprofit was convicted in 2025 of conspiracy, bribery, and money laundering and stuff. And oh my God, she might want to get herself something for that, clear up that fade. Jesus, should use some of that money. Like, I don't know. Amy Box says the government used her as a scapegoat and believes it was aware of the rampant fraud. I struggle to believe that she wouldn't have known about Omar. Dozens of members of Minnesota's smelly community have been convicted of fraudulently billing the Department of Education for millions of meals that they did not serve while pocketing much of the money and giving it to Ilhan Omar. It's simple. Omar needs to produce her tax returns. Definitely. What's up, Sylvia? Good evening. Great to see you. Thanks for being here. What about bank account records? Yeah, that's something I would like to see. So the only one in jail is this lady. Yes, the only one in jail is this lady, the white lady. All this they let Keith Ellison let a bunch of other people let them go out on bond, and then they just left. Didn't take their passports. They just left and fled back to Smelly Land. What's up, Lady Bama? Great to see you. Musically Medicaid is here too. What's up? Good to see you this evening. She's not a millionaire, but her husband and friends are. Yeah. They only use color racism as a tool. That's right. That's what they do. Bach has consistently denied knowingly participating in fraud and insisted she tried to warn state officials. Her group would review the reimbursement paperwork sent by local restaurants, send them out, and then distribute the federal funds to them. The notion that I'm personally responsible for all of it is so frustrating. I'm the only white person out of 80 or 90 individuals charged, and I'm the only one that doesn't speak the language. She married her brother. That's all we need to know. That's right. Speaking of money, when are we going to see our hard-earned dollars from Doge and all of them? Well, a lot of that stuff got overturned by rhinos and stuff working with demon rats to reinstate it. So that's what happened. The money was found and they said, don't do this. And then they went, and after they found it, they just kept spending the money. America First says, please, everyone, I don't want to be number one in the chat all night. That's what he's talking about. We've been going 40 minutes and we are still $35 away from Bellavision and $85 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. So Omar was instrumental in loosening the laws that set the stage for the scheme. She's the one who got the laws to make it easier for the fraud. She introduced the Meals Act to Congress in 2020, which allowed the Department of Agriculture to issue waivers of school meal requirements during the pandemic. Yeah, unbelievable. I know that Trump had to play this part, but everything is sucking right now. It is. I don't get it. Congress can do it. Trump can only do so much. When he says, here's the fraud, we want to eliminate this, and then Congress goes and spends the money on it anyway, he's kind of stuck. Oh, there she is right there, one of the places with the meals. Look at her. Yeah, here's this video filmed at Safari Restaurant, the biggest frauder to promote the program. This is Omar at the restaurant responsible for the biggest fraud on Somali TV in Minnesota. Oh, and she's there supposedly making meals. Where's the kids? There's no kids there at all. There's not any kids there at all. But yet there she is. See? There's Safari Restaurant. Yeah, that's the one doing all the things. There she is. It's all funny. I collected all the money, you suckers. Yeah, see? Feeding our future. This is them right here. Omar, and this is the only person held responsible is the white lady who was put in charge. The waivers dramatically eased oversight of the federal program by allowing restaurants to participate without any of the usual site inspections. Yes, let's all pitch in and make America First a number 2. Camel, would have never been to do that did. But like you said, he can only do so much. He's got the biggest job of cleaning up the mess that has been left for many years. Yeah, it's horrible. Hey, what's up, Sherry? How you doing? Great to see you tonight. Thanks for being here. Omar's been under fire since her wealth mysteriously jumped from almost nothing to $30 million in 2024, a windfall she tried to chalk up to an accounting error. Yep, the white lady was the sucker. Yes, she was. Like, did they have any proof that was she siphoning money off the top? Was she getting kickbacks and bribes? Or was it just because she was the one filing the paperwork? Because was it just because the people from all these smelly businesses, they couldn't understand the English and they couldn't fill out the paperwork correctly, so they needed a white lady that speaks English to go ahead and submit the papers to the government? Is that what this was? It was just a big scam? Seems like it. Was it just a giant scam? And Ilhan Omar and Keith Ellison are right there in the middle of it with all their Islamic friends. The congresswoman's name came up at least 6 times in emails and text messages presented as court exhibits in Bach's 2025 trial. According to Bach, the 6 email exchanges with Omar were about help with the waivers after Feeding Our Future reached out to the squad rep's office. The waivers opened the floodgates for scores of Somali eateries to join in, like Safari, where Omar herself filmed a promotional video claiming every day Safari provides 2,300 meals to children. She also held her 2018 election night party there. They didn't make any meals, not one. They never supplied any meals. Who knows what they do there? Nobody knows. Nobody even knows what they do there. By that July, Safari claimed to be feeding 5,000 kids a day. Its co-owner, Salim Sayed, has been convicted of defrauding the government of $16 million, the highest sum in the scheme, and is awaiting sentencing. He'll probably get let off the hook. They'll probably give him a slap on the wrist because, they'll say he didn't, it's part of his culture to steal. He didn't know any better. A lot of sites were working directly with her, being that a lot of operators were from the same smelly community. How would it be possible to have that many meals? It's not. That's the thing. They couldn't physically produce the meals. They couldn't get the people in and out. Hank says white women were considered in the minority group as long as they were useful. Back during Women's Lib. Yeah, that's what they do. Minnesota has the highest smelly population at 108,000 people of any state, and the majority reside in Omar's 5th congressional district. Bach said she reported suspicious restaurants to Minnesota officials who she said showed little interest in going after the smelly community. They were trying to woo back the ethnic enclave after its Muslim leaders turned off the left's embrace of trans rights and abortion and they started turning to the GOP. So this was all just about like, hey, we'll let you steal a bunch of money if you vote for us. I have the emails that show that I told you so you knew, she said of the 2021 missives reviewed by the Post, where she reported fraudulent businesses to the state's Department of Education. Hey, American Jane, what's up? Great to see you tonight. Thanks for being here. I struggle to believe that we notified them and they didn't alert the governor or our state or federal officials. In one August 2021 email chain reviewed by the Post, Minnesota's Department of Education Director of Nutrition Program Services writes to Bach that the department takes no position if fraud has taken place after she reported St. Paul's House of Refuge for claiming it was serving 21,000 meals a day. She was reporting. She's in jail. She reported the people stealing the money. And she's in jail. This is fucking ridiculous. Same in California. Yeah. House of Refuge owner has since been sentenced to 3.5 years in prison for fraudulently obtaining $2.4 million in federal funds. So the guy that was claiming he was feeding 18,000 meals a day only obtained $2.4 million. But Safari got, how much did it say? The most out of anybody? What did it say? Safari got 150 million or something insane. It defrauded the government out of 16 million. So this guy said 21,000 meals. So what was he saying? He was doing 80,000 meals a day. That's my biggest regret, accepting the answer that the government doesn't take a position on fraud. I don't think I comprehended just the magnitude of how important that statement would be. Minnesota's Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight asked the House Oversight Committee last week to subpoena Omar, who has refused to turn over her communications with convicted fraudsters. That's ridiculous. Omar and fellow demon rats Tim Waltz and Ellison played critical roles in creating and enabling the fraud. Prosecutors are seeking a 100-year sentence for Bach. She's hoping to get closer to time served and maintains the government used her as a scapegoat. Like, if she contacted them and said, hey, this looks like fraud to me. What are you guys doing here? What is this? They said, oh, we take no position. And she's the one? Yep, locking up the whistleblowers. Yeah. I mean, it's like ridiculous. 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 Wow. They got to go after these people. What are the Republicans doing? Why hasn't Omar already been subpoenaed? Why haven't Waltz and Ellison been subpoenaed? Why hasn't the FBI arrested Ellison for extortion and taking bribes? He's on fucking tape taking the money, saying, "Hey, you can send me some money if I do this," and they did it. That's a fucking bribe. Arrest him already. Snitches get 100 years in prison in Minnesota. Clearly. I think all these smellies will be sent back one day that they are temporary visas. They have been here for decades. I hope so. You're waiting for Omar et al.'s comeuppance. I am too. And you know who's got to come up? It's coming. It seems like maybe Iran might, because Trump warns Iran that the clock is ticking, that they better move fast or there won't be anything left. That's right. Move fast or there won't be anything left. The warning comes after a call with Prime Minister Netanyahu and reports Trump weighs restarting military action.
Yeah, Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks is live in Tel Aviv. I'm sure he's got more for us. Trey?
Yeah, guys, good morning. We do start with some breaking news out of the UAE, where officials say that a drone attack against a nuclear power plant caused a fire at a generator on the outskirts of the facility. This is a significant attack and likely conducted by the Iranian regime. It comes as tension continues to rise across the Middle East as the region waits to see if the war will resume in the days ahead. So far, efforts toward a diplomatic solution with Iran have been unsuccessful, with officials in Tehran unwilling to make the necessary concessions to reach a deal. President Trump spoke on his return flight from China, indicating he didn't like the first sentence of the Iranian response to the U.S. peace proposal.
I looked at it, and if I don't like the first sentence, I just throw it away. What was the first sentence? An unacceptable sentence. Because they fully agreed, no nuclear, and if they have any nuclear of any form, I don't read the rest of it. So 20 years is not enough for you. It's got to be a permanent. No, 20 years is enough. But the level of guarantee from them is not enough. In other words, it's got to be a real 20 years.
And on Saturday, the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group returned to the United States after a deployment that was the longest for the U.S. since the Vietnam War. Now, Secretary of State Pete Hegseth called the work of these sailors phenomenal.
Absolute resolve, epic fury. It's an incredible story, and the only story that should be told today is of the heroism and the skill and the professionalism of these sailors who went 3 times around the globe to defend that flag right there, which can only do what this strike group does.
Overnight, President Trump shared a series of AI images on Truth Social. One shows the president standing at a control center that says Space Force with outgoing missiles on a screen behind him. The other shows him commanding the Navy with the caption, "It was the calm before the storm." All of this comes as the Iranians have accused the United States of changing their negotiating position.
An attack on our nuclear facilities has already taken place once, and they claim they completely destroyed them. Yet now they are once again talking about attacking the facilities. These contradictory statements truly indicate the depth of America's confusion regarding their objectives in this war.
Iranian officials continue to make serious statements about the country's nuclear program. This is a key issue President Trump wants resolved either at the negotiating table or on the back.
Wow, we just got a $25 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much to Mr. I don't like someone's name here. I don't want to say their name because I don't know. Let's just say the initials are MG. Thank you for the $25, Mr. I believe Mr. MG. I believe. Thank you so much. That's all I'll say till if someone wants to say who it was. I'm not sure, but whoever it was, thank you so much. That means we are now yeah. $60 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. You pay $6.45 in South California for gas? Wow, that's crazy. They need to get gas up to 10 per gallon before they end the blockade. That way they'll lower gas to $6 a gallon. Everyone will be happy. I hope not. Yeah, Bella Vision. Thank you to whoever MG is. MG. I'm looking. I don't see anybody saying it's them. I don't know what they're watching on or whatever, if they're not commenting or saying anything. But whoever it was, thank you so much. You paid $6.42, so no, 6 won't make me happy. Yes, Bella's here. Where'd Bella go? Oh, she moved. Bella moved. I didn't even notice she was moved. Let me fix it. There she is. There's Bella. There she is. I'll have to pay attention if she moves again. No, Bella. Well, she moved. I don't know why she'd be moving.
Battlefield, guys.
Trey, real quick, of the many things I believe the New York Times broke this week as far as what the administration may do, one of the things was, a ground offensive for the nuclear material, but the other one was still this idea of taking Carg Island. That might become a reality. Could you explain if there's any breadth to that and why?
I've been speaking with regional intelligence officials this morning who indicate that the assessment inside of Iran is President Trump may resume combat operations against the regime. And these officials say that currently the Iranians are conducting a strategy of deception and delay with hopes that buying time would actually make it more difficult if the war does resume. As it relates to Carg Island, President Trump has a variety of options on the table to put pressure on the Iranian regime. And one of those is the possibility of sending forces to Carg Island, this critical island that accounts for around 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. You also have a variety of other options for President Trump. And remember, right now, the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports remains in place. Yeah. And Israeli officials tell Fox News that this is an exponential threat for the regime because internally in Iran, you have this situation where the regime is getting weaker and weaker each day. And as the economic situation gets worse for the Iranian leadership in Tehran, they face new domestic internal pressure. And that is part of the broader strategy by the Trump administration to put continuing pressure on the Iranian regime and make it more difficult for them to have support internally for any sort of future conflict, and also their ability to rebuild in the aftermath of Operation Epic Fury.
Certainly feels like a powder keg right now. Thanks,
Yeah.
Trey.
Thanks, Trey.
Thanks, Trey.
Thanks, Trey. Wow. Seems like a powder keg. Wow, look at this. And we just got, look at this. 5 gifted memberships from Garfield's Big Adventure. Thank you so much, Garfield. Wow, that's awesome. Let's see who got those. Let's see, that's going to mean that right now we're only $30 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Garfield's Bizarre Adventures. Thank you so much. And thank you, Garfield. And that says here that Fat Sal T9C got one. Tom Forsyth 724. Maybe Sunshine 409. Super Iron Bob and Tomas Avanco 9140 all received gifted memberships from Garfield's Bizarre Adventures. Thank you so much, Garfield, for bringing more people into the fold. Thank you, Garfield. What's up, buddy? Thanks for being here. Yes, thank you, Garfield. Thanks, Garfield. So Trump said renewed his stern warnings for Iran and says that come to peace and end its nuclear weapons aspirations. For Iran, the clock's ticking and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them, Trump said on social. Trump's fresh off his trek to meet Xi Jinping on face-to-face and weighing restarting military action on Iran. The president also had a call with Bibi Netanyahu on Sunday. Our eyes are also open regarding Iran, Netanyahu said Sunday morning as he translated from Hebrew. I will speak today, as I do every few days, with our friend President Trump. I will certainly hear impressions from his trip to China and perhaps other matters as well. There are certainly many possibilities, and we are prepared for every scenario. Oh, look. So Fetterman backs Israel as Democrats drop support. Let's see. What is this? So the Fetterman.
Trump and Republicans continue to govern with very little support from Democrats. On Wednesday, the Senate blocked the War Powers Act for the 7th time, with all Democrats except Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman voting in favor of the measure to curb and clip President Trump's ability to confront Iran militarily. And then later in the day, the Senate voted to confirm Kevin Warsh as chairman of the Federal Reserve, with once again John Fetterman, one of the few, joining Republicans in support of Warsh's confirmation. with 45 Democrats opposing war. Joining me now in the Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is the man himself, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Senator, it's good to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. How tough is it for you to go against your colleagues and vote with your principles?
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's hard, but I mean, I think in a sense that it's freeing. I mean, you know, as a Democrat, but when I'm confronted by things that I happen to agree, I'm going to vote for that, or I'm going to support those kinds of a thing. You know, the Iran situation right now, I'm very much aware how damaging it is as a Democrat to vote with the president or vote through this kinds of thing. And this the seventh time that I've done that, because I fundamentally believe that Iran should never acquire a nuclear bomb. And that used to be all of every single Democrats had held that view as well too. This isn't a crazy idea. This used to be a thing that we all used to agree. And now when President Trump confronted that, and that puts us in the cusp, I'm never going to vote to say, yeah, let's walk away. Let's abandon that right now. And now when someone says, like Trump says, you know, I really think about that Iran can never acquire a nuclear bomb. Hey, that's the space where I'm in right now. That's why we're here. That's why we showed up. That's why whether Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris in the Democratic Party always put military kinds of actions right there on the table. They've been very clear. They're willing to do that.
Well, you had two Bushes, you had Clinton, you had Obama. I mean, you had several presidents even before President Trump, and several secretaries of state. I mean, like 10 officials say that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Do your colleagues, are they not aware of that?
I mean, I hope, but right now though, it's become it's people like it's, you know. America's the good guy. You know, Iran is the bad guy. I mean, of course, nobody likes to see gas at this prices right now.
I don't know. Does he not realize that the Democrat Party is the hate America party? They think America's the bad guy. They think America's evil. They think America's like systematically racist. That's what they think. And it's insane. It really is. Wow, Bella's going to take her seat. And just like that, Brian Ogden comes in with one Jim Tells You membership. Thank you, Brian Ogden. Wow. That means we are now just $24 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. And let's see who got that gifted membership from Brian Ogden. It says, rock the Casbah. Sharif, he won't like it. Rock the Casbah. Received the gifted membership from Brian Ogden. Thank you so much, Brian Ogden. And Garfield says gas prices are definitely going to affect the midterms. I think the Iranians are stalling to keep them up. Well, that's why this got to get resolved. This has to get resolved before the 4th of July. It really does. It has to get resolved before the 4th of July. It just has to. It has to get resolved before the 4th of July. Bella, why are you itching like that? Yes, thank you, Brian. Yes, thanks, Brian, and for mine too. Yes, Fetterman is probably in denial. The Democrats of today are nothing like the Democrats of decades ago. Yes, Brian says you are all the greatest. Yes, you are. Fetterman, like if it keeps going this way, I have a feeling those midterms are lost if gas is still this price or higher. It's gonna come down. Like I said, the futures are still like gas future prices are like under $70 a barrel. So I don't understand that, you know, looking at July. So they think it's going to be lower. That's what, and if the futures are $70, why don't people just buy the futures and then you lock it in at 70? Because a future is something they have to fulfill. You have to take. So just buy it at 70. And that way, you know, it's going to be at least 70. That's what I would do. Itchy dog. Yeah, I don't know what her problem is.
You know, I blame Iran. You know, I don't blame Iran. I don't blame the administration, you know, because I happen to agree as a Democrat that we should make sure that Iran can't build a nuclear bomb.
You're saying you blame Iran. You blame Iran for the spike in oil prices, not this administration, is what you're saying. But I mean, I'm wondering if the overall theme within the Democrats is just hate on Trump. I mean, some of the things that they're bringing up, I mean, they're talking about what? They're talking about the pool at the White House. They're talking about the ballroom. I mean, we're in the middle of a war here. We've got serious issues. And yet, you know, they don't want the president to have a venue to host other world leaders. Is that the topic of conversation right now?
Yeah, and you know, I blame Iran because Iran is an evil regime. For the last almost 5 decades, they've been the world's leading underwriter of terrorism. They were behind 10/7. They've empowered Hezbollah and Hamas.
What?
Yes, I blame Iran for that. I blame why they just don't hold over all of their nuclear materials, and they'll make sure that that's, you know, not going to build a nuclear bomb. Then everything works out. So that's why I blame Iran at this circumstances. I certainly don't blame America to hold this regime accountable. And like the reflecting pool in the ballroom, you know, I don't care about those things. I think it's entirely appropriate. I mean, I think I've seen a picture, assuming that it's not AI. You know, so far the reflecting pool looks good. But if that's $13 million, that's really that's small. Well, I think President Obama correctly, you know, he invested $34 million to make some upgrades. I mean, America's turning 50 years old. You know, why would we want to make sure everything looking great? Right. And now we do need a ballroom. You know, we do. I mean, I really, I think we have, you know, much bigger fish to fry. So I'm saying build it or not. And that's where I'm at. But not just because the president asks for one doesn't mean I'm going to oppose it necessarily.
Well, we're going to be talking about America's 250th birthday coming up with Jeff Sprecher. But real quick before you go, are there any catalysts on the horizon right now in the week ahead or the next 2 weeks for the Senate that we need to be aware of? Real quick, Senator.
Well, I want to be clear, like the World Cup and all of these things, it's like a convergence, you know, here in our country. And that's one of the reasons why I ended up being the only Democrat who refused to shut the DHS down. We have tens of millions of Americans and tens of millions of foreign citizens coming to our country right now with the World Cup right now. And now, you know, whether my friend Mark Wayne or anyone could confirm that this stupid shutdown set things back and made us less safe.
That's right.
We never walked away with any kinds of reforms and ICE that, you know, we all maybe would have wanted those things. Yeah. But that's why I refused to shut it down and make us less safe.
It's a great point, and you were the only Democrat there too to vote for.
Yeah, he's the only Democrat there.
Mark Wayne Mullen as DHS Secretary. Unbelievable. Senator, please come back soon. We so appreciate your time this morning. Thank you, sir.
Awesome. So Trump remains at the White House on Sunday, but no public or press appearances were on a schedule. Let's do real quick just to see, where's the pizza tracker at? Where is the pizza tracker at? There it is, Pentagon pizza tracker. DOCON 5, so lowest state of readiness. So right now there's no activity at the White House. Check the pizza tracker. The call with Netanyahu came amid regional intelligence assessments on Iran. So wait, is this Garfield gave another 5 memberships? Wow, thank you, Garfield.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much, Garfield's Big Adventure. So we hit the first goal of the evening right now. So that means right now we are $94 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you, everybody. We're on a roll tonight. Let's see who got those last 5 memberships from Garfield here. It says Carrie C, 715, Old School, 293, Unhyphenated, Tabe Forever, 178, and Half Irish all received gifted memberships from Garfield's Bizarre Adventure. So that's 10 tonight from Garfield. Wow. Thank you so much, Garfield. Wow. Wow. That's awesome. Thank you, Garfield. Yes. Dems know they won't win elections, so they have to start moving undercover so they can be rhinos. Enjoy the memberships, guys. I got to go. Well, Garfield, you're always welcome here. We appreciate you. And it's awesome having you. And you make everybody green with envy. Yes, Garfield, thank you. Lady Bama says, I'll always be a gray lady. We did it, Jim. Yes, thank you, Garfield. It's very generous. Garfield's Bizarre Adventures, 3 green hearts. It's not easy being green, Mama. Yes, American James singing. Thank you, Garfield. Yes, thank you all. Thank you so much, everyone. So Trump's frustration with Iran's tactics amid the closing of the Strait of Hormuz and the rejection of his demands to give up their nuclear weapons aspirations. The revealing assessment inside Iran is that President Trump may resort to restarting military action, and Tehran is now deliberately pursuing a strategy of deception and delay with the hopes that buying time will complicate any potential return to war. Maybe, but I don't think so. Experts warn Iran's nuclear double talk designed to buy time and undermine U.S. pressure. Wow, another video to watch. Wow, just really moving along here.
Meanwhile, President Trump revealing he rejected Xi's offer to help end the war in Iran and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. As the U.S. ambassador to China tells us, it's all part of Trump's plan to put America first.
America first.
It's going to be very difficult to run independent of China. They're the second largest economy in the world, 1.4 billion people. But what President Trump is doing is trying to correct the malaise in the United States over the last 25 years, where we saw some of our strategic industries hollowed out by the Chinese.
They hollowed them out.
It was an unlevel playing field that allowed that to happen. And that's why he's fighting right now to correct that.
Yeah, GOP Senator and U.S. Army combat veteran Dave McCormick sits on the Foreign Relations Committee. Subcommittee chairman for the Middle East, obviously, and he joins us now. Senator, first, thank you for your service. Secondly, as we look at this Iran situation, you held some senior level positions in the Bush administration as far as the military and economy, so you understand how these things come together. The biggest sensitivity here is we don't want to lose our blood and treasure, to include gas prices, right? But we also want to see denuclearize Iran, and Iran that can't fund proxies. I don't know, the people that you and I fought for 20 years. You've seen 2 different Republican administrations handle this. The contrast, we don't have to, draw too much attention because they're obvious.
Imagine if they actually
What's your reflection on this, and are we going in the right direction?
They actually had to fix stuff instead of being able to just.
Yeah, well, good morning. Thanks for having me. I really think we're at a crossroads. There was phase 1, which I think by any measure, the military operation was extraordinarily successful. I think somewhere between 85 and 90% of their missiles, drones, launchers, and manufacturing capabilities have been eliminated. But now the Iranians have a choice, and they can choose to give up the enriched uranium, give up any path to a nuclear weapon and open up the strait, or they're going to have a choice where our military capability is going to be used against them. I honestly think President Trump would love for them to take the peaceful path. This is Persian society is a great society. It's just been run by radicals for 50 years. But I think we're losing patience. The blockade is working. 90% of the revenue comes from oil. The blockade is putting additional pressure. But as you said in your introduction here, the Iranians can't be trusted. They're time and again deceiving. And so we'll have to see whether they're able to make the right choice or not. But there's no doubt the pressure is growing, and our ability to use military capabilities growing, because we've had now the time to build up our capability in the region and also gain additional intelligence.
So it does feel like a race. It really does. I mean, can we invade Iran and take it over? Probably. We probably have the military might for that. The Ford just came back. It's going to take a year probably to get that ship ready to deploy again. I mean, that's part of the logistics of it. We've used half our THAAD and Patriot stockpiles. So it's not that we don't have what we need to do it. It's just what happens the day after we're done if we don't have all that stuff replenished. So Iran says, or at least the reporting is, Iran thinks the longer they can drag it out, the better for them. Knowing that risk, what stops us from just full offensive right now today and catching them at what could be their weakest or most vulnerable?
Well, I think there's sort of 2 considerations. One, I have no doubt that from a military capability, we could go another step and probably achieve those military goals. But it comes at some risk. As you and I both know, so far we've been very successful with our air power, and putting troops on the ground is a whole new level of escalation. So I think the president's weighing that very carefully, and he doesn't want an extended war. The contrast between the previous administration and this one is that he literally wants to achieve the goals and get out. Second thing is, as you say, I feel it across Pennsylvania every day. Gas prices going up $1.25. Even if everybody supports the idea that Iran can have a nuclear weapon, that's putting a real pressure on working families that are, just getting by month to month. So I think those are the things the president's weighing. But there's no doubt we have the ability to go do it. And I think if Iran, in the coming days and perhaps weeks, doesn't make the choice for a path to peace, I'm afraid we're going to have to use our military, and I think the president will use that thoughtfully and very carefully.
Yeah, if it were easy to figure it out, we wouldn't have to create colleges and centuries of military expertise to figure it out. Senator Dave McCormick, again, thank you for your service, and I'm sure the president's going to need some allies in D.C. here in the coming weeks. So I appreciate you. Thanks for joining.
Well, intelligence officials believe that the Iranian regime thinks it can delay developments and stretch the crisis out for at least 2 more weeks so that the situation could become more difficult for Trump to restart, both politically and operationally. These sources say Iranian officials are looking at the World Cup and America's 250th anniversary as a backstop that could work in their favor. What, they think we can't party here in the U.S. and have a celebration and bomb the shit out of them? Because I don't think, another video?
Joining me now to discuss is Florida Senator Rick Scott. Senator, welcome back to the show. We're excited to have you on.
Hey, that's Laura Trump.
Let's start with Taiwan. The president seemed to navigate this really well in China. So what are the best ways here to avoid any future escalation? Because that is the goal, right? Preventing that.
Well, first off, you really have to commend President Trump. I mean, here's an individual that
I don't know if we can solve it, those.
Will do everything he can to
be great to solve it, but they don't. If they're just dragging it out.
So I'm proud of what he tried to accomplish. I think I hope good things happen. You've got to trust but verify. But look, do I believe China is going to change? No, I really don't. They've committed to stop the fentanyl. They haven't. They've committed to buy our soybeans. They haven't. So I'm proud of President Trump. I hope the right things happen here, but I don't have high expectations. I'm disappointed that he was not able to bring Jimmy Lai back. I know President Trump worked his butt off to bring Jimmy back, but President Trump also stood up for allies. He stood up for Taiwan.
They never negotiate in good faith.
He knows that we're going to continue to support Taiwan. I hope she understands that he messes around with Taiwan. I think he'll be surprised what happens.
Well, listen, there's no doubt about President Trump ensuring that he was exhibiting American dominance on the world stage with this visit. And Iran was also a big topic of conversation while over in Beijing. President Trump got a pretty big commitment from Xi, saying that China will not supply Iran with any weapons. Listen to what was said.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement.
I don't believe it, though.
He said that strongly.
I'll just say,
but at the same time, he said, they've got a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see Hormuz Strait opened. I said, well, we didn't stop it. They did it, and then we stopped them.
All right, so no military aid for Iran and help potentially with the Strait, Senator. First of all, does that surprise you? And maybe I already know the answer to this question because you kind of said it a minute ago. Do you actually trust what China's saying there?
Well, I don't trust Xi. I mean, he's lied.
Never trust him.
I mean, Xi hasn't complied with anything.
He is poo.
It doesn't matter whether he says it orally or says it in writing. He doesn't comply with anything. But President Trump is working his butt to get this done. First off, I applaud President Trump for protecting American lives. He did it yesterday with the second in command in ISIS that was killed. This president's going to defend American lives. So I hope Xi doesn't give the weapons. First off, it's not in China's best interest. The longer the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the more devastating it's going to be for the Chinese economy. They are completely reliant on oil from Iran. We are not. This president is strong. He's tough. You wouldn't want to be on the opposite side of President Trump. And I think Xi knows his match. And I think it's in his best interest to get the Strait of Hormuz open and stop giving weapons to Iran. The regime Iran has to change its ways. No nuclear weapons, no ballistic missiles.
Yeah.
Stop killing Americans. Stop saying you're going to kill Americans. Stop helping the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. And I think this president's going to make all that happen.
Well, trying to make this deal with Iran has no doubt been difficult. I think the whole world has seen that. And there's a worry that Tehran is only feigning diplomacy so that they can restore
there's a lot of
fighting
minerals
strength.
there we need.
But our CENTCOM commander says that Iran has
I
been
love
cut
cookies.
off from its proxies. Listen.
And as we sit here today, there are no resources and equipment that are flowing from Iran to Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis. Those
the Houthis
transfer paths and methods have been cut off.
So we've cut them off, and you hear from our CENTCOM commanders as well. This military in Iran has been incredibly weakened. We know they have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. So, Senator, what does Iran have actually left at this point? How long can they sustain themselves like this?
Well, I think President Trump's approach on the Strait of Hormuz is really smart because it's going to destroy their economy, their ability to continue to fund. So today, I'm very proud of the president and Admiral Cooper that what they've been able to do over there and all the men and women. Today there's no resources going. But make no mistake about it, Iran wants to rebuild its weapons. They still hate this country. They
hate
still
America.
want to kill us.
They want to kill America.
They still want to destroy Israel.
America,
they still want to fund Hamas, Hezbollah, and Hamas and the Houthis. So we have got to make sure they never, ever have this. President Trump is doing the right thing here, and so I applaud him for what he's doing.
Yeah, that we'll keep the pressure on. I think that's been pretty clear. This president will not take his foot off the gas here. Senator Rick Scott, thank you so much for joining us.
Nice to see you.
So the impact of the U.S. blockade is becoming increasingly visible inside Iran, according to senior Israeli officials. Early signs of a developing fuel crisis emerging over the weekend, including long lines at gas stations and growing public discontent over fuel shortages. Why would Iran have fuel shortages? Does Iran not refine it themselves? Do they have to send it out to be refined and then bring it back in? Like, why would there be fuel shortages in Iran when they have the oil? I'm confused. Is there something I'm not getting about this? It sounds amazing, actually. Yeah, the chocolate chip cookies do sound amazing. Chocolate oatmeal cookies sound amazing. Yes, Kofi bots there. Lynn says, hey, Jim and friends, late to the show, but glad you're here. Thank you for your work. Well, thank you for being here, Lynn. Thank you for being here. It's so nice when everyone's here. It's getting exponentially worse, Trey Yink said. Well, GB News just says, clock is ticking. Donald Trump warns Iran there won't be anything left. I'm surprised people aren't saying, oh my God, Trump is committing war crimes by saying that. Trump warns clock is ticking as peace talks stall. CNBC says the same thing. Trump warns Iran to get moving or there won't be anything left. Get moving? Get moving. Yeah. 8th minute Axios. Trump warns Iran clock is ticking until U.S. launches harder strikes. Yes. It will be harder to launch the strikes, they say. Gulf of America is busy. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, too. Like, I think Trump said that China's going to start buying oil from us. And I don't know. I mean, I think they're all saying, oh, it's great. We're selling all this oil around the world. But the more oil the U.S. sells, doesn't that impact supply and demand and make prices stay elevated in the U.S.? I mean, I know it's a global thing, and I know strangely, a lot of our oil that we refine and sell as gas in the U.S. isn't actually U.S. oil. It's like either medium crude or heavy crude that we bring in and refine for our gas, and then our oil that we produce, West Texas Intermediary or something like, is that medium crude? There's like sweet crude, like real sweet crude, light sweet crude that we produce in the U.S. that we sell to other countries. I don't know. The next operation will be called Operation Stone Age. Yes, everybody must get stoned. It definitely affects us, the U.S. dollar. They refine oil in Iran. So why would blockades stopping oil from leaving Iran cause them to not have fuel for cars in Iran? What am I missing? Am I missing something? That'd be like the U.S. all of a sudden having an oil shortage when we're producing and selling all this oil overseas, all over the world. millions of barrels a day or whatever, and yet we're short ourselves. That doesn't make sense to me. So, all right. And then there was this trip, and Taiwan's president defends U.S. arms purchase that President Trump called a bargaining chip. Yes, it's being widely reported that Trump said they have 10 refineries in Iran. Being widely reported everywhere that Trump said that the arms deals to Taiwan is a great bargaining chip with China. They've been dumping, haven't they? Well, that's reports that they've been dumping oil into the Gulf. Refineries were cut by Biden. Trump could put a tariff on oil sold to overseas or make the oil companies reduce the price of oil to U.S. refineries for the U.S. That would be nice. That would be nice. Wheezy Bob, what's up, buddy? I'm here listening while watching my Padres kick some butt. Well, I was always been a fan of the Padres. Trump said Taiwan stole our chip manufacturing. Well, I wouldn't say they stole it. I mean, it was basically, I happen to know a little bit about this. And what happened was the U.S. EPA and other regulations forced all the manufacturing of chips, all the semiconductor production, all the fab, they're called fab plants, the fabs, forced them out of the U.S. There was fabs in Silicon Valley. There was fabs and tons of fabs in Texas. I mean, Texas Instruments was one of the major chip producers in the 70s and 80s. And they basically, all the production got shipped out. AMD, all their production was all in California. And that stuff got, first went to Malaysia and Indonesia and then on to Taiwan. It all has to do with cost and where they can actually do it and do it correctly, and where, they're not going to be stopped by the EPA. Yes, the EPA did it in the U.S. Now, there has been reports that the EPA has been rolling back some of the restrictions on some stuff, like with coal plants and other things. So hopefully they will roll back the restrictions and just figure out a way to do it and not pollute. Just find a way to do it and not pollute. If you really want to help the U.S. people, he'd make it easier for people to go to work and get around. Yeah. Iran military won't release the gas they're stockpiling. Oh, wow. Iran's refineries were attacked by Israel and others like the UAE. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. I think I did see something about that. Our government and the oil companies don't give a shit about us. Well, yeah, they're right in the Simi Valley. They don't really care. China has been selling Irans for cash to make money all along. Roselle says, Jim, maybe I shouldn't have said stole, but he said something about it happening because of the previous administrations. Well, yeah, I mean, we don't really, we design, there's small fabs in the U.S. where they design the chips. The designs usually happen here in the U.S. and they, they do just a small run, but the massive manufacturing of these chips is happening in Taiwan is the major production facility for the high-end chips. It's 3D chess, yes. Taipei, Taiwan. Taiwan's president on Sunday stressed that arms purchased from the United States are the most important deterrent of regional conflict and instability after President Trump called into question continued U.S. support of Taiwan following his visit to China. U.S. arms sales to Taiwan and security cooperation between the two sides are not only governed by law, but also a catalyst for regional peace and stability, President Lang Shitai said in a statement. We thank President Trump for his continued support for peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait since his first term, including the continuous increase in the scale and amount of arms sales to Taiwan. His statement came days after Trump raised doubts over his willingness to continue to sell arms to Taiwan, the island democracy that China claims as its own breakaway province. It has never been under control. Never. That island was never, ever, ever under the control of the CCP. Its original name was Formosa Island, and that was the Formosa Straits. And it was liberated, I want to say, by the Ming Dynasty in the 16 or 1700s. It was basically a pirate-controlled island, and then they came in, and then it was taken by Japan sometime or given, ceded to Japan in the late 1800s and controlled by Japan all the way up until the end of World War II. And then after World War II, the Chiang Kai-shek and the actual Republic of China, fled to there, and they tried to take it. The Chinese Communist Party tried to take Formosa, Taiwan, whatever you want to call it. I think in like the late 40s, early 50s, and the entire force they sent there got destroyed. So after that, they were kind of like, "Well, I don't think we could really do this." Hey, the other Gagax, Dan, what's up? Says, "Sorry I'm late. My shorts broke." Don't worry about it. I started a little early. Sorry you went off to the dark side. No, you're fine, man. You're fine. You're good. You're good. Trump only has 2 years, maybe. Yeah, that's about it. If Xi could take Taiwan, he would take Vietnam and South Korea. Well, he could try. Jim remembers my ghetto history chatter. Yeah, I do. I try to remember everything. China claims it's its own and says it could be retaken by force if necessary. Well, they can try. The U.S., like all countries, have formal ties with China, doesn't recognize Taiwan as a country. Why not? Why wouldn't we recognize them as a country? This is just idiotic. They've always been independent. They're not part of the CCP. And we have long been one of the island's strongest backers and arms supplier. Washington is bound by its own law to provide Taiwan with the means to defend itself and sees all threats to the island as a matter of grave concern. Trump rattles Taiwan with bargaining chip comment. Trump already approved in December a record-breaking $11 billion arms package to Taiwan, including missiles, drones, and artillery systems and military software. And then I believe I read somewhere else that there was another like $15 billion or something like that was approved by Congress, another sale. It still has to be approved by Trump. In an interview aired on Fox News Friday, Trump wrapped up the high-stakes visit to China. He said that he has yet to greenlight a new $14 billion package. Yeah, so 14 and 11, that's $25 billion. I think whatever Taiwan wants to buy, we should sell them. If they want to spend $1 trillion, we should sell it to them. That's what I think. It's called supply and demand. If they demand it, we supply it. And if they got the money, why not? That's capitalism, baby. It's capitalism. It's a very good negotiating chip for us, frankly. His comments raised concern on the island, which the Taiwanese government sought to disperse, noting that the U.S. official policy on Taiwan has not changed. Taiwan will not provoke or escalate conflict, but it will also not relinquish its sovereignty and dignity and its democratic and free way of life. Lai said in a statement, calling China the root cause of undermining regional peace and stability in an attempt to change the status quo. Yes. Well, don't ever forget to hit the like button. If everyone would hit the like button, that would be a lot better for everybody, because right now it says we only have, 62 likes. We got 104 people watching, only 62 likes. We could do better, peeps. Peeps, we could do better. We could do better. Yeah. U.S. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson praised Lai's statement. I thought that was a reasonable thing for the leader there to say. China cannot go take over land, and we are going to stand strong and resolute by that. I know Congress will. U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer said on ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos that the president is considering how to move forward on the arms sale, noting previous U.S. presidents had paused sales in the past, and Trump will need to weigh many factors. When presidents make a decision on national security, it's really based on America's security needs first. China has framed Taiwan as the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. That was during the trip where President Xi Jinping had recent talks with President Trump. In one of his strongest statements to date, Xi on Thursday warned Trump of clashes or even conflicts if the issue of Taiwan was not handled properly. That kind of sounds like a threat. And I have been saying since, the 1990s, that China is our major adversary. They are. And anyone who doesn't recognize that, they need to get better glasses. China and Taiwan have been governed separately since 1949, when the Communist Party rose to power in Beijing following a civil war. The defeated Nationalist Party forces, see how they call them nationalists, like they're bad or something? They were the actual government that represented the people. Fled to Taiwan, which later transitioned from martial law to multi-party democracy. So they actually have elections in Taiwan where they vote for people into power. and somehow we're just gonna let them get taken over by communists? No, communists are America's enemies. The fact that we're doing business with communists is really something that should be looked into. I know when I've made statements in the past that Trump should just order. I mean, that's the major thing. Like immediately, if there was any action taken by China against Taiwan, immediately all trade with China would cease. That's it. Any payments that are supposed to go out to China would not get paid out. Money would get cut off, and there would be all your shit would get turned around and send it back. Bye-bye. Send your plastic crap back. I still hit the thumbs up, though. Well, thank you, what the F. Hug back at you, what the F. Yes. What's it say? Here's a hug for Muffin. Hey, what's up? Brian Ogden, hello, my dear friend. I just joined, having a rough day. You make me happy. What the F? What's up? What's the problem? Hugs to what? Here's hugs to what? Thank you so much for hugging Watt. He needs them. And that means we're just $92 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thanks, everybody. Give Watt a hug. It's CM Cat, it sure is praying tomorrow will be better. Well, you know what they say, man. Every day above ground is a good day. Any day you don't have to go to the AK is a good day. The Prophet Ice Cube said that. This is the Chicago paper. This is from 69 News. Trump described Taiwan como negociazione e la propria questione. So recent comments by President Trump in which he stated the arms sales are a good bargaining, very good bargaining chip, are increasing nervousness on the island. Trump calls arms sales a good negotiating chip with China. Same thing over here from Spectrum Local News. So, when asked if he would approve the $14 billion arms package to Taiwan that's been held up for months, Trump said that's up to China. I'm holding that in abeyance, and it depends on China. It's a very good negotiating chip. What do you mean depends on China? So basically, he's saying if you send weapons to Iran, we're going to send these weapons to Taiwan. So does that mean that you're I hope this isn't the signals, because Chinese will take that as a signal that if they let us do what we want with Iran, that we let them do what they want with Taiwan. Hey, Jason, glad you had a great weekend. Cookies are done and cooling. They're hot lava right now. I like hot cookies. You got a store-bought piece in the oven, I'll trade you for two slices for one cookie. By conditioning U.S. arms sales to Taiwan as negotiations with China, Trump may play into one of the island's nightmare scenarios, says William Yang, a North Asian senior analyst for the International Crisis Group. Although Trump didn't say specifically that what he would want from China in return for denying Taiwan the weapons, he has been pressing Beijing to buy more American goods and to help with pressure on Iran. Trump and the U.S. Congress have already approved a separate $11 billion arms package. Beijing reacted furiously by staging live fire drills around the island. China has framed Taiwan as the most important issue. We know that that's what they think. This is focus Taiwan says arms sales to Taiwan, not a bargaining chip. So, two American experts on Saturday said the U.S. arms sales to Taiwan should not be used as a bargaining chip after President Trump said earlier that sales were a good bargaining chip. I agree. You should not use, this is not negotiable. Us supplying weapons to Taiwan is non-negotiable. It's codified in law that the U.S. will supply all the weapons necessary. We'll agree, not give them to them, but we will sell them all necessary weapons they need to secure their freedom. America first, secure our future. I mean, if we don't have chips, until we can produce the chips here, we need to make sure Taiwan is protected. Plus, we owe it. I mean, come on. We've been, in all reality, we should have stayed allied to that Chinese government. We should have only recognized that Chinese government. We should have been working with that Chinese government to somehow try to expel CCP and to reclaim their proper role as the government, the legal government of China. I mean, they were our allies in World War I and World War II. We helped them. They helped us. Have you ever heard of the story of the flying tigers? That was all the people helping, flying out of bases to protect the Chinese, man. And to protect the Burma Road and all that stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have much confidence for Taiwan. Look at the meltdown over Iran, and they pose a threat to us. Wow. In a Fox interview that aired right after he concluded the trip, President Xi Jinping, President Trump said he was weighing whether to approve the $14 billion arms package for Taiwan. I haven't approved it yet. We're going to see what happens. I may do it. I may not do it. I'll hold that in abeyance, and that depends on China. Bonnie Glazer, managing director of the Indo-Pacific program at the German Marshall Fund, expressed concern that Trump's view on Taiwan may have been influenced by a lecture he received from Xi during his just concluded trip to Beijing. We saved the Chinese from the Japanese. Yes, we kept their knees from getting dirty, please. Korean War was a slaughter. Yeah. I hope that members of Trump's team have the opportunity to provide him with a more balanced and accurate perspective. I think people read too much into Trump's Fox News interviews. He says a lot of stuff. Yeah, he does. It might not be policy. He might just been talking. Trump said he wants to avoid war. Providing arms to Taiwan will help prevent conflict, not provoke conflict. Yeah, I mean, the only way a conflict's going to happen is if China thinks they can actually do it, and it's not going to be too extremely costful to them. Like if they think that that we're not going to back Taiwan, we're not going to help, or we're going to let them do what they want. If they, for whatever reason, if they think that, that's going to cause a conflict. If they think they can do it, and Taiwan doesn't have the weapons to repel them, they're going to do it. Ryan Haas of the John L. Thornton China Center at the Washington think tank Brookings Institute expressed similar concerns. He says Trump's public openness to negotiating with Beijing over America's posture on Taiwan will serve as the diplomatic equivalent of a matador waving a red flag in front of a bull. Trump's dangerous Taiwan gamble. Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't let the Chinese think that we're giving them secret signals behind the scenes. Trump is planting seeds. Fox will have Trump on, and 10 minutes later have someone else bad-mouthing him. Yeah, that's how they are, though. It will cause Beijing to intensify its efforts to test the boundaries of what it can gain in terms of loosening America's commitment to Taiwan security. Am I okay? What's wrong? Are you talking to WTF? Oh, you're not talking to me. You're talking about what TF. All right. Apparently, Aviva's show was a big advert for Massey. Good night, everyone. Lurking from here on. See you in the morning on CFC. Yeah, see you in the morning on CFC. I call Trump Johnny Appleseed. I haven't seen Napolitano on Newsback bad-mouthing Trump for a while. Good. So Haas, who served as director for China, Taiwan, and Mongolian affairs at the White House National Security Council during Barack Obama's second term, said Trump was essentially giving up credibility without extracting benefits from Beijing. Is that what happened? Undermine U.S. credibility. I don't know. So these are just people taking. I don't know. These are people that just going to take shots at Trump no matter what. So, I don't know. That's like whatever. I'm just saying, like, you got to be very careful when dealing with the Chinese. They don't misinterpret what you're saying. And then when I think, like, oh yeah, they don't care. We can just go take Taiwan. They're not going to do shit. And then that's going to cause, basically a war to break out. He said if Trump wanted to reduce the cross-strait risk, bargaining Taiwan away was not a good option. Instead, Haas argued that the Washington to remain firmly focused on upholding peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and keeping a path forward open for leaders on both sides to resolve their differences. Yes, don't trust the CCP. That's right. Do not trust them. So, in response to Trump's interview, Taiwan presidential office said the U.S. arms sales were not part of Washington's security commitment under the Taiwan Relations Act, but also a key element. We're not only part of Washington's security commitment, but a key part of elements of collective deterrence against regional threats. Taiwan is probably gone. We better get our chips out. We have no confidence in the future of Taiwan. Well, it's not. See, that's the thing. It's not like China's just going to roll in there like unless China nukes Taiwan, and then basically Taiwan is probably just going to blow everything up if they're probably going to blow up the chip fabs so they can't take them. First off, that would be the main thing. It's like, well, you're not going to get these fabs if you come in. Secondly, they're going to take a lot of losses in Taiwan. I mean, what happens if all of a sudden Taiwan, because there was a nuclear program in Taiwan, and we found out about it. I think it was in the 90s or mid 2000s or something, mid 90s, mid 2000s, and we found out about it and basically shamed the shit out of them, told them they had to stop. But Taiwan has the capability and the technology that they decided they wanted a nuclear bomb. They could get one pretty fast. That would stop China in their tracks. China wouldn't be able, what are you going to do if all of a sudden Taiwan's got, hey, we got 25 nuclear missiles that can hit you, China. You come at us, it's on. That's really the only thing that's going to protect them in the long run. You did a quick peek at Barris's poll on Kentucky, and it says Massey's ahead by 0.4% within the margin of error. Barnes and Barris must be shaking. Yeah, well, all the other polling has them down 4 to 5 points. Think of the economic harm to the U.S. should China take Taiwan. Yeah, it would be horrible. I always love how Trump says we have a great relationship with everyone and knows them for years. Keep your enemies close. Yeah. I don't understand, why Trump said something about how we were friends with China when this country was founded. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? TSMC has already begun production of Blackwell chips at its new facility in Phoenix, Arizona, while Foxconn and Wistron are setting up supercomputer plants in Houston and Dallas, respectively. Well, that's awesome. They were caught in 88 with the defection. Okay. Ass kissing, yeah. Anything China is pushing out is propaganda. The media licks their boots. It's all speculation. Talking heads say little of real substance. Okay, Jonathan. I just provide you guys with the news, and then I give my opinions. Then the AP just says Trump's description of Taiwan as a good negotiating chip, which China raises anger. See how they word it? They say that Taiwan is a negotiating chip. Trump said this specific arms deal is this $14 billion arms deal. But yet they're saying it's Taiwan as a whole. So this is how they distort things. And so we have to pay very, very close attention. If you need a palate cleanser, I saw that. The Pizza Huts are back. February 10th, 2026, 9 major plants being built. The semiconductor industry is undergoing massive transformation. The United States is the center of the shift. But I thought I saw somewhere that some of these plants got halted because of environmental crap. Some of the states halted them. Is that not true? Is that not true? All right, so here's a palate cleanser everyone wants to talk about here. So Pizza Hut corporates spent 7 years killing the exact thing this guy is bringing back, and his stores are now some of the busiest in the entire chain. Tim Sparks, president of the Land Corporation, is converting 80 Pizza Hut locations to the original 1980s format. Red cups, salad bars, stained glass lamps, Pac-Man machines, vinyl booths, and his first job was as a Pizza Hut dishwasher. Trump appearing in Pizza Hut commercials is pretty hilarious too. It's at the start of the video. Oh, I'll pull that in a second. The classics are massively outperforming the standard Pizza Huts. Well, that's good. We like the classics. We like the classics. A single Facebook post about one classic location in Pennsylvania got 7,500 shares and broke onto TikTok overnight. Not seeing anything in the article about being halted yet. I thought I read it somewhere a couple weeks ago that there were halts, like some construction got stopped by environmental concerns. Bring back the 80s. We are taking our grandkids there. Yeah. Dude in this article is making about $10,000 a night. Wow. Meanwhile, corporate is doing the exact opposite. 250 store closures planned for the first half of 2026. Red Roof dine-in franchise is no longer offered to new operators. Yum Brands is considering selling the entire chain. No obvious buyer. The decline numbers are brutal. Pizza Hut had 25% of U.S. pizza market share in 95. Can you believe that Pizza Hut held 25% of the pizza market share? Today, it's under 14%. In 2019, half of the traditional stores were still dine-in, but 90% of revenue came from off-premises orders. Corporate saw the mismatch and decided to eliminate the dine-in format entirely, convert everything to delivery boxes, compete with Domino's on logistics. The problem with that strategy, Domino's is a technology company that happens to sell pizzas. Their competitive advantage is order tracking, delivery optimization, and franchise efficiency. When Pizza Hut stripped out the booths, salad bars, the lamps, the experience, they became a worse Domino's. A typical Pizza Hut location now generates 20% less revenue than the average across the other 4 major pizza chains. Always ordered the vegetarian with pepperoni. Well, that's not a vegetarian. You love the Pizza Hut in Maumee, Ohio. Wendy's is going under as well. Domino's pizza tastes like it was made with technology, not food. Yeah, well, the thing is, Domino's, when Domino's first came out, it was in the 80s, like early 80s. Domino's first came out like 82, 83, somewhere around there, maybe. When it first came around, it was actually decent. It was like edible, decent pizza. It tasted fresh. Everything was fresh ingredients. Everything was made on site, fresh in the store. Fresh ingredients. The dough was made fresh every day. A list of the Pizza Hut classics. The biggest franchisee went bankrupt in 2020 and closed 300 stores. Total sales haven't grown since 2004. 22 years of stagnation. And a former dishwasher is adding salad bars and pack machines, and people are driving across state lines to go there. Marco's Pizza and the Noid. Some were delayed in 2024. Okay. Pizza Huts sell by Pepsi in the 90s was the beginning of the end. I missed the Red Roof buildings. You haven't ordered pizza since 2012 when I started having to use insulin. I hope you're RGM fan. I hope you're okay. You're rocking and rolling now. Okay. Friday night with your family in a vinyl booth under a stained glass lamp while kids played arcade games and loaded up plates at the salad bar. This was always what Pizza Hut was selling. Corporate optimized it off the balance sheet. One franchisee who grew up inside the original version understood why the spreadsheet couldn't measure. Yes, they cross state lines. Salt pizzas. I love Papa Murphy's. They prepare the pie and you bake it at home. We're so back. Entrepreneurs restoring Pizza Hut's glory.
In the hills of Tunkhannock, Pennsylvania, a familiar red roof catches the eye. Inside, the vinyl booths, Tiffany-style lamps, and yes, the salad bar you may remember from decades ago.
I mean, it's amazing the comments we have about they have the red cups. Yes, we do.
Tim Sparks got his start working at a Pizza Hut that looked like this. He's now president of Dayland Corporation, which owns this franchise and more than 80 others around the country. They've redecorated many restaurants to rewind the clock.
It looks exactly like the one that I remember from when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's what we were after.
Some Pizza Hut classics are now top-performing locations. Customers show up for a piece of their childhood.
It just brings back memories.
To share with their own kids.
When you finally find something that tastes how you genuinely remember it tasting, like you can't let it go.
People come from 2 and 3 hours away, and I'm not making that up.
More restaurants are serving up nostalgia. Franchises like Burger King and KFC returned to old school logos and packaging in recent years. At Pizza Hut, they even brought back Pac-Man. But for Sparks, this is much more than a game. It's a mission to rebuild places where families can connect.
If we could get them in here as a family, they do tend to put their phones down and actually have conversations and speak with each other. I'm not going to tell you I know how to fix the world, but I do think that family is a good place to start.
He hopes to renovate more of his restaurants as long as he can find enough of those lamps.
They're hard to get? Yeah, they're almost impossible to get.
A familiar taste.
Well, cheers.
Cheers, bro.
Bringing people together.
Just like I remember it.
Again, Bradley Blackburn, CBS News.
Wow. Yeah. Doc says, unfortunately, the local place near me is total garbage. It really sucked when they closed the Pizza Hut. It all depends. Like certain places, there's certain places where they got good pizza. Chicago, like really, like believe it or not, like Chicago, there was all like everywhere it used to be when I was growing up. Every block when you're on a main street, every half a mile, you would come across a little pizza place, a little family-owned pizza shop, and they were all a little different, And now, like mainly, I mean, there's not that many family-owned joints left. They basically all got pushed out by the chains, by the Domino's, by the Papa John's, by the Jets. All right, what's some of the other? I mean, these other, like chain chain pizza places, and they're all right in a pinch, but I mean, they're not, they're not pizza. They're not. They're just, something they can give kids. But if you want like a real pizza, man, you got to get like a Vito and Nick's, Baracos, Palermo's, Salerno's. Some good stuff. Just look around. It's about a 4-mile drive to my favorite pizza place. Worth it. The last time I ordered something at KFC was 11 years ago, and it was so gross that store should be shut down. I had some KFC the other day, and it was super salty and like, oh my God, it was like, ugh. Jason says, I personally wouldn't read too much into Trump's interviews. He says a lot of dumb stuff. Well, he should be. He's the president of the United States. He should be very, cognizant about what he's saying, because his statements can move markets. It can move countries. It could do things. So, I mean, you got to be, very cognizant of what you say. That's what I would say. You went and had a medium pizza a while back. It was $25. Wow. I mean, that's the thing too. Somebody like a lot of these places that I like, the real Southern California vibe, Roberto's. Do you remember what was it called? The Roundhouse or something like that, or what was it in California? The thing they had, it was like something. The pizza place. Was it the Roundhouse or some kind of cast? What the hell was it called? Round Table Pizza. Yeah, Round Table Pizza. That was okay. It wasn't greatest, but it was okay. It was like a Pizza Hut style type place. Let's see here. Pizza Hut Sage stale serves, customer flocks to restaurants. Let's see, what is this?
I think this is the right thing for us to be doing, Ivana.
What will people think?
Let them talk. Ivana. It's wrong, isn't it?
But it feels so right.
Then it's a deal?
Yes, we eat our pizza the wrong way.
Crust first.
Introducing stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut with a ring of cheese baked into a totally new.
Trump in a Pizza Hut commercial. Well, if anybody was interested, here's this website. It's called the Retroologist, and they have a guide where all the classic Pizza Hut places are at. So if you want to go there and see, I'll put it in the chat. I'll put a link to it in the chat for anybody who wants it. Can check it out and can go anywhere they want. You still have Shakey's. That's good. Chuck E. Cheese is disgusting. Yeah, but we didn't go to Chuck E. Cheese for the pizza. We went to Chuck E. Cheese to play video games, and the parents could drink. Roberto's and the clones, Hilberto's, Alberto's. Yeah. I mean, we have one in Temecula. So here's this place if anyone wants to go find where these locations are. I will put it in the Rumble chat too. I know it was in the Rumble chat, but here it is. So it's in all the chats. If anyone wants to go or get the list, check it out. So they've organized this in alphabetical order by state, and it features the address and the phone number. So in Arkansas, they have Pizza Hut Classics. They have 1, 2, 3. In Florida, they got one in Homosassa Springs, Florida. Just one. Georgia, they've got one in Clayton and Dulhalenga. and Livonia. Oh, I drive through Livonia when I'm going to Chicago. Royston. In Illinois, they have one in Eureka. Geneseo. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Palo, Indiana. Portland, Indiana. Warsaw, Indiana. They got one in Iowa at Bloomfield and in Estherville. And Kawuk, right? And one in Mason City, Iowa. One in Oskaloosa, whatever, something, I don't know. Perry, Iowa. A lot in Iowa. Kentucky, they got one in Beaver Dam, Flemingsburg, Hardingsburg, Ratcliffe. Louisiana's got one in Bunkie. Michigan's got one in Charlevoix, Fremont, Iron Mountain, Muskegon, Traverse City, Sandusky, Minnesota, Bemidji. Hey, they got one in Bemidji, Fargo in Bemidji. Now hiring all positions. Look at that. Cool. Now hiring. Blue Earth, Minnesota. Hastings, Minnesota. Litchfield, Minnesota. Hey, Litchfield. And Park Rapids. And Shakopee. Spring Lake. What the hell? I was tipped off this location during your 2020 trip to Minnesota. Wow. Yes, we're hiring. St. James, Minnesota. Wow, they got a lot in Minnesota. Why the fuck does Minnesota got so many? They don't need all these Pizza Huts. Get them out of Minnesota. Get some more in Florida. Shell Knob, Missouri. Montana, they got them. Wow, classic Pizza Hut. Well, anyway, so I'm not going to go through the whole list, but that's the Pizza Hut where I took my girls. Temecula. Yeah, cool. It's only about 4.5 miles from me. It was a long ride for some Pizza Hut. Pretty sure there's still a lot down Pizza Hut in Reston, Virginia. I used to go there for lunch buffet all the time. Carb overload. Live in a tourist town, you pay extra. Yeah. All right. So, well, that's a cool story. Let's jump over to this next news story of the evening as we're crossing the 2-hour mark on the show. And we have still on the goal. We still have 20 minutes just about on the first goal, which we did hit. So we got at least another hour and a half of show, and we are $92 away from adding another additional hour to the show. So we got about an hour and a half, and we got 92 to go to add another additional hour. So get this, folks. What's up, Kofi? Great to see you over there on the kick. Awesome to have you. So Axios has warning that Cuba has stockpiled over 300 attack drones with their crosshairs on the U.S. homeland. Can you believe this? The Cubans are planning to attack us. Like, are these people are these people serious? Like, I mean, are they nuts? Do they know what would happen if they tried anything? Like, I don't think it would take 24 hours to completely overrun Cuba and take it over. I really don't. I don't see how they would. I don't see it. I just don't see it. You went to a kid's birthday party at a Shakey's in La Puente? Well. On February 3rd, we first asked whether a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0 was quietly taking shape on the collapsed communist-run Caribbean island of Cuba. But instead of Soviet missiles, we warned that Havana may be stockpiling Russian-made geranium one-way attack drones with the operational range to threaten major U.S. oil and gas refineries in the Gulf of America, key military bases, data centers, power grid infrastructure, and potentially even Washington, D.C. My chair was stuck under my desk. Nearly 3.5 months ago, we laid out the framework for a potential drone threat against the homeland originating from Cuba, using an infographic published by the Russian think tank Rybar. Is that like Casey Rybar? With the Navy base in Key West and the Air Force base in Homestead, we can take over Cuba. Of course, Guantanamo too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it wouldn't take long, Joe. Like, if they're seriously buying these one-way drones, I think it may be time for Cuba to, get what should have happened in 1962, right? The Cuban Missile, right? The Bay of Pigs, was that 61 or 62? I think it was 62, right? Or was it 61? I lose track of these things. They would get Maduro'd in a heartbeat. Rybar is a noteworthy source in this context, and Western officials are not fans. Sorry, just checking my phone to see if something else came in. Didn't. All right. The State Department has offered a $10 million reward for information on the outlet through its Rewards for Justice program, while both the European Union and the United Kingdom have sanctioned it. I thought the Air Force Base in Homestead was wiped off the map by a storm. No. 62, it's in your baby book. Okay. At the time, Rybar wrote, but what would the Cubans do in the event of a conflict? Let us hypothetically imagine that Havana decides to resist the Americans and chooses to fight. In that case, the already world-famous Garand strike drones would come to their aid. Oh, look at this. So it says it would hit all these places. Look at all these refineries. 500,000 barrels a day, 600,000 barrels a day, 600,000 barrels a day, 600,000 barrels. That's a lot of refineries that they have in range. October of 13 days. Fast forward to Sunday, Axios is citing newly obtained U.S. intelligence reports that Cuba has accumulated 300 military drones from Russia and Iran, and has discussed potential wartime strike scenarios targeting Guantanamo Bay, U.S. naval vessels, and possibly Key West. Let's get it on. Oh, baby, let's get it on. Hurricane Andrew destroyed it, but it now houses Air Force Reserve, Southcom troops, and SOCOM. Axios spoke to senior U.S. officials who said the Cuba drone threat is becoming a growing national security concern because of Cuba's proximity to the U.S. We should just let them take out Disney first, then clean them up. Cuba is going to FAFO hard. You ain't kidding. Like, yeah. Give it up. Yep. And the presence of Iranian military advisors in Havana and the rapid proliferation of low-cost drone warfare. When we think about those types of technologies being that close and a range of bad actors from terror groups to drug cartels to Iranians to Russians, it's concerning. The official noted that Cuba has been building drone stockpiles of varying capabilities from Russia and Iran since 2023. Oh, what do you know? Last week, Director Ratcliffe met with officials in Havana, which appeared to reopen the channel for political dialogue. Ratcliffe and top U.S. officials, some of whom faces were blurred in images released by the CIA on X, held high-level talks with the Cuba's Interior Ministry, the head of Cuban intelligence, and Raul Castro's grandson, Raulito Rodriguez Castro. Let's get it on. Havana, Cuba. AP noted that the Cuban officials presented a report to Ratcliffe and his team claiming to demonstrate that the communist-run island poses no threat to the U.S. national security. Well, what about these drones? If they've got these drones, they're a threat. Sorry. Don't be afraid of the dark. Yes. They won't. It's their last move. They're trying to act tough, but they have a base inside their country that can reach Havana in about an hour. Yeah. Do you think this report is legit, or is it more Axios fluff? Well, according to Zero Hedge, says they reported on it. Zero Hedge says they reported on it months ago. So what's this? What's this? What is this? What is this? Meanwhile, the most glaring vulnerability in U.S. airspace is the absence of low-cost, layered counter-drone technology capable of detecting and defeating one-way attack drones. The gap spans energy infrastructure, stadiums, data centers, military facilities, power stations, substations, and other high-value civilian assets. Drones can be jammed. Yeah. Reporting it means we already know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they know about it. Yeah. I mean, all we'd have to do is, I mean, and let's be real. All we'd have to do is just like triple the number of Marines that are at Gitmo real quick, like in like less than 24 hours, just deploy like a couple, a couple recon battalions and maybe I don't know, the 1st Marine Division or something like that. Send them to send the 1st Marine Division directly to Gitmo and just open the gates and say, "Go ahead, boys." And it would be over quick. The drones with the fiber optics are pretty jam resistant. Lots of weird stuff out there. What's the range on the fiber optic drones? I thought that the range was only like 50 kilometers or something like that, or maybe less. I thought those had like because I mean, it's got the spool of fiber optics. Yeah, hoorah, jarheads. This is precisely why private equity funds have recently rushed into the space. PE firms are increasingly moving to fund, acquire, and import battle-tested Ukrainian drone and counter-drone systems into the U.S. market, positioning for a rapid phase of domestic airspace space fortification. We've outlined this theme for months, even before it became a national topic. Follow the money, as we've mentioned. Just watch the parabolic rise of war unicorns in the quarters and years ahead. And this is from Town Hall. It says Cuba has acquired over 300 attack drones as tensions with the U.S. rise. Drones are scary. A new report indicates Cuba has acquired more than 300 military drones. Cuba acquires over 300 disclosed TV military drones and plans to use them to attack the U.S. base in Gitmo, U.S. military vessels, and possibly Key West. Fiber optic drones operate within a range of 5 to 20 kilometers. Through advanced prototypes, specialized units have achieved range of up to 50 kilometers. Some reports 100-kilometer versions being designed. And that's a lot of that's a lot of fiber optic weight for it to be pulling, though, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because it's got to pull the fiber optic, it's got to release it. So does the drone carry all the fiber optics on the drone and just spit it out? It would have to, right? It would have to carry the reel on the drone. It would have to be spitting out from the drone. It couldn't be spitting out from the ground, because then it would be dragging all of it the whole time, all the weight of it. So it's got to be going through coming off the drone itself. According to Axios, citing a classified intelligence product shared with news outlet, Cuba has acquired 300 drones from Russia and Iran since 2023. That's a lot. There's Cuba, the Bahamas. Cuba acquires 300 drones, eyes striking Gitmo, U.S. vessels, and Florida. The drone carries the cable. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It has to, right? That's a pretty big spool of cable, though. 100 kilometers. It's a lot of spool. I mean, I know it's tiny, really thin, but it's still a lot to be spitting out. What are you doing over there, Bella Bella? So, U.S. intelligence shows a growing concern that Cuban forces can use military hardware to launch strikes against U.S. assets in Guantanamo Bay, Key West, and to attack military vessels. We think about those technologies being that close. Yeah, so this is like the Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0. Newsmax says U.S. fears growing drone threat from Cuba. The Canadians are just saying U.S. weighs drone threat from Cuba. And here's the Axios exclusive report. All hype. U.S. eyes attack drone threat from Cuba. I mean, this could be, there they are. See, they got this, the video of them. This could actually be, like, if they have these 300 attack drones, if they bought Russian and Iranian drones, but the cable's affected by the water and the wind currents. Well, yeah, if it's going over the ocean, I think it would be a problem. It would be getting in the water and stuff. Will probably have an issue. Very thin, brittle cable and longer range means less payload and speed. So a pic of a village that was in the middle of a fiber optic battle and looked like a mega spider went nuts. I mean, if this is real and they have these, it is a problem. If this is just the government putting this out here to scare everybody so that they can attack Cuba or do something, that's its completely different kettle of fish, as they say. And it says Cuba has acquired more than 300 military drones. So is it 400, 500, 600? Imagine waiting for years for fiber internet and then suddenly they're covering fields with it. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Crazy, isn't it? So they're going to attack Gitmo and Wessels and Key West, 90 miles from Havana. Intelligence, which could become a pretext, the intelligence which could become a pretext for U.S. military action, shows the degree to which Trump administration sees Cuba as a threat because of the developments in drone warfare. Yep, they're going to scare Miami. Yeah. Welcome to Miami. Welcome to the city where the game is on. The drones are coming to fade a bomb. Gonna hit Miami and take out the dude. Gonna do this thing and we'll be due Miami. When we think about those types of technologies being that close, it's bad. It's a growing threat. Ratcliffe made clear that Cuba can no longer serve as a platform for adversaries and advance hostile agendas in our hemisphere. Oh, okay. Wow. Mm-hmm. Wow. The Western Hemisphere could not be our adversary's playground. That's the Monroe Doctrine. We need the Trump-O doctrine. The Trump-O doctrine. The Trump-O doctrine. Oh, there she is. So, fiber optics cable cannot be shattered by sound waves in the way a glass pane might break from a hammer blow, but they can be damaged by or degraded by intense acoustic vibrations. That's what I was wondering, like if they're floating on the ocean, if it would be an issue. Forgive me if I can't stop laughing about this. Cubans want power, internet, medicine, and food, probably in that exact order. No one there wants a fight. Well, they're saying the Donroe Doctrine. Yeah, they're saying, Joe, is what they're saying is that Cuba has bought these drones, or maybe the Iranians brought them there. They're saying there's Iranians there. They're saying there's Russians there. Do they have these drones? Do they have these attack drones there? Are they planning to attack, the government, the people, like the people running it, the communists, the Marxists in charge? Who knows what they want? They're crazy. They're Marxists. They're commies. Just one of them things. I'm gonna have to grab another tea. So the department plans to unseal an indictment of Cuba's de facto leader, Raul Castro, for allegedly ordering the 96 downing of 2 planes flown by a Miami-based aid group called the Brothers to the Rescue. More sanctions targeting the island nation could be announced this week. Cuba has been acquiring drones of varying capabilities from Russia and Iran since 2023 and has stashed them in strategic locations across the island. They need power for the drones. Is there a long extension cord from Key West? I don't know, man. Just saying. Within the past month, Cuban officials have sought more drones and military equipment from Russia. The official cited intelligence intercepts that indicate Cuban intelligence officials are trying to learn how Iran has resisted us. Russia and China have high-tech espionage facilities for collecting signals intelligence called SIGINT in Cuba. We have been concerned that a foreign adversary using this kind of location that close to our shores is highly problematic. Defense Secretary of War Pete Hegseth told Representative Mario Diaz-Balart during a congressional hearing on Tuesday. In response, Diaz-Balart, Hegseth also confirmed Castro's complicity in ordering the brothers to rescue shoot-down. Well, Ukrainian birds have been building their nests with discarded fiber optics all over the country. Yeah, they thought that since forever. Cuba's embassy did not initially reply to Axios inquiry about the drones, but they did not deny it either. Like any country, Cuba has a right to defend itself against external aggression, and it is called self-defense, and it's protected by international law. Those from the U.S. who seek the submission and, in fact, destruction of the Cuban nation through military aggression and war do not waste a single moment fabricating pretexts, creating and spreading falsehoods, distorting as extraordinary the logistical preparations required to face a potential aggression. So they're not denying that they have these drones. The big picture, concerns about the drones attacks on U.S. forces may be heightened by Iran's use of unmanned aircraft in response to U.S. attacks. Iran's drone has damaged American bases in the Middle East, helped close the Strait of Hormuz, and menaced neighbors in the Persian Gulf. Yes. U.S. officials estimate as many as 5,000 Cuban soldiers have fought for Russia in its invasion of Ukraine. Really? And that some informed the island's military leaders about the effectiveness of drone warfare. Russia has paid Cuba's government about $25,000 each per soldier deployed to Ukraine. They're part of Putin's meat grinder. They're learning about Iranian tactics. It's something we have to plan for. If Cuba did anything like this, I think we would see boots on the ground in Cuba. We already have boots on the ground in Cuba, Jason. We have Marines in Guantanamo Bay. I think we have 2 companies of Marines or 2 regiments or something like that of Marines there, maybe more. Plus there's Navy personnel there. There's special boat units, SBUs. So we have people on the ground in Cuba right now as we speak. Oh, Bella's just fixing her bed. She's getting ready. The Castro regime is closer than ever to falling since it seized power in '59 revolution that brought it into conflict with the U.S. thanks largely to sanctions and the Marxist regime's financial mismanagement. Cuba is classified as a state sponsor of terror by the U.S. and is considered the head of the snake, exporting revolutionary Marxism throughout Latin America. It's been exporting revolutionary Marxism to the U.S. They go there. Antifa and other leftist groups go to Cuba to train with the Marxists. That's where they come up with all their crap. Law and Order, SBU. Well, they're called special boat units. We have hydrofoils and never mind. One former Cuban ally, Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, was removed from power in a raid by the U.S. Yeah. Those boots will be even quicker to shut down the Cuban government. Yeah. Since Maduro's ouster, the U.S. began normalizing relations with Venezuela and learned more about Cuba's drone program. So this might be the Venezuelans telling us about Cuba. Great story. I swam the channel to Key West to Christmas Tree Island for a Grateful Dead gathering. We got picked up by Coast Guard on the way back. The current is strong there. Wow. U.S. officials don't believe Cuba is an imminent threat or actively planning to attack American interests, but U.S. intelligence indicates the island's military officials have been discussing drone warfare plans in case hostilities erupt. Cuba doesn't have the ability to close the Strait of Florida in the same way Iran has brought shipping to a standstill in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, if they tried, that would just be, we would just go into Cuba and basically, no. They ain't shutting shit. Cuba is as much of a military threat as it was during the 62 Cuban Missile Crisis. No one's worried about fighter jets from Cuba. It's not even clear they have one that can fly. But it's worth noting how close they are, 90 miles. It's not a reality we are comfortable with. Karen Bass has been attending seminars in Cuba for years. Google it. She's a Marxist. They said I'd go to Cuba. Well, I would. Cuba can't even refuel commercial planes. They don't have the resources to fight. Okay. If somebody's giving them drones to launch at us, then they would have those resources. That's all I'm saying. Here's a video showing what the fiber optic stuff looked like in Ukraine. This is one of the where there was a massive battle. All right, I'm going to shut the music off. But look at this. This is all fiber optics, where these fiber optic drones were just fighting each other. It's just like spider webs, man. It's crazy. That's just nuts, man. Wow. That's umlaut. That's umlaut. Umlaut. That's umlaut. That's umlaut of stuff. All right. All right, everybody. We're going to jump into the next story. But before we jump into the next story, I have to go over here to the YouTube and I have to restart a YouTube goal for another hour because we did extend the show by 1 hour. And we will say 10 yellow super chats for 1 hour. We are currently $92 away from adding a second additional hour of the show. So we will say $25 super chats. I know that kind of tricks people. Like I don't know which is easier, the 10 yellows or the $25 ones, but I do the $5 ones. That way, if $5 ones come in, it credits the goal. $10. I do the math anyway, so I add it up. But here we'll start for 1 hour, $25 super chats, but we actually only need less than 20. We only need like 19 actually. 18 and a $2 would be fine. There we go. Oh, wow. And we did have one gifted membership come in while I was over here messing around. It says Brian Ogden gifts a membership. It says that Morning Doom received a membership. So thank you, Brian Ogden, for gifting a membership to Morning Doom. Thank you so much. With that means, and the Dems are worried about effing plastic straws. Wouldn't a laser cut all those drone fibers? Yeah, they could probably do that. That laser would probably work. And that means right now we are $86 hairs away. $86 away, thanks to Brian Ogden's gifted membership. 86 away from a second additional hour to the show. That's awesome. Chipotle story, Jane Goodall never needed to go to Africa for research. Okay. Does Cuba exactly have enough people to fly 300 drones? Well, not 300. I mean, I'm sure, but not 300. They wouldn't launch them all at the same time. They wouldn't just launch them all. They would launch like a bunch, like maybe. The bottom line is the U.S. would have to put up planes to shoot down the drones. We don't have any like air defense systems operating in the U.S. right now. We don't do that. We haven't had those since the 60s, I think. We're supposed to bring it back with the Golden Dome, but all right. All hell breaks loose at the D.C. Navy Yard. Chipotle, a father shields terrified children as teens break out in a violent brawl and throw chairs. All hell breaks loose at the D.C. Navy Yard. A group of terrified patrons, including children, were pushed to the corner of the restaurant as teen thugs threw chairs at each other. It's unclear what caused the brawl. Well, I have a sneaky suspicion I know what caused it. Oh, look at he's wearing a mask. Wow. Wow. Yeah, those are all white kids. They are. Look at them all. Yeah. Look at them. They're all white kids. Look at them. Oh, that's crazy. 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 The Justice Department vowed to hold the parents of these violent teens accountable. U.S. Attorney Perro announced on Friday that she'll be charging the parents of the Utes. Mobs of teens are rampaging through the streets of D.C. and other cities across the country. Last night we showed some video from Chicago. They'll be causing major damage and terrifying residents. Perro said she's going after the parents. Starting today, my office will aggressively prosecute parents under D.C.'s curfew law. Specific statute that we will use is a violation of DC Code 22811 and involves contributing to the delinquency of a minor. If you drop your kid off and you fail to supervise them, you let them skip school to join the chaos, we're going to face fines, court-ordered classes, possibly jail. Parents, do your job or we will do ours. Someone must have been disrespected. Yeah, lots of disrespect going on. I wonder if Dr. Disrespect was there. Maybe that's the issue. The penalty is 6 months imprisonment. We did why? We'll watch.
As we grapple with this problem, there is one area that hasn't been discussed. Parental involvement has been a noted gap in any discussion. And I am here to say, as the United States Attorney in the District of Columbia, that ends today. Starting today, my office will aggressively prosecute parents under DC's curfew law, and the specific statute that we will use is a violation of DC Code 22-811, and it involves contributing to the delinquency of a minor. This statute makes it unlawful for an adult to enable, facilitate, or permit a minor to engage in delinquent acts. The penalty is up to 6 months imprisonment. So if the evidence shows the parent knew or should have known or permitted or failed to prevent participation, we're going to charge them. And if you drop your kid off and you fail to supervise them or you let them skip school to join the chaos, you are going to face fines,
yeah, but I don't think they're
court-ordered
deployed.
classes, and possible jail time.
We used to have, what I'm saying is we used to have like actual surface to air missiles deployed, and like there was, I can't remember what they were called. They had, how were they? They had them all over. They had them in Chicago. They had them all over every major like places. They had them by Lake Michigan. They used to have them like in the 60s. They took them all, got rid of them all. They used to have like actual surface to air missiles deployed. They just got rid of them all. I can't remember what the fuck they were called. But I don't think those are deployed. Those are with the unit, is what you're saying, though. I think something is wrong with my screen. Several of those kids didn't look white. Yeah. I think maybe you have to adjust the contrast on your screen. It must be a little off. Good luck getting any conviction in the DC courts because it's corrupt. Yeah, go judge. So now they are using the cut up serpent join or die to actually make you join the serpent, rebuke the serpent. Yes. Can't afford to blow up drones with Patriots. Need to min out the failing seaway systems and pepper them everywhere. Yeah, that would be a good idea. It's just put like that would be actually the perfect thing to do. Is just put them your white balances off. Yes, it is definitely. Put a bunch of sea whizzes. They have them for they have them on like that. They have them on like the back of trailers and stuff on vehicles now, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. So they just need to just spin a bunch of those out. Seen someone you were on drugs, even took pictures. Cool. All right. Next story. Venezuela admits they've handed over former political prisoner Alex Saab back to the U.S., confirming a rumor circulating for months. His crime was importing food to feed Venezuelans in hunger due to U.S. sanctions. This is a lie. This is the Venezuelan government confirms the extradition of Alex Saab to the U.S. The statement makes no mention of his past roles as an envoy and minister, only that the Colombian national and that it was well-known fact that he's facing charges in the U.S. Yes, that's right. Because Venezuelan dictators, Nicolas Maduro's billionaire bagman was arrested and extradited to the U.S. 3 years after Biden pardoned him. Biden pardoned this guy. Yeah, CRAM. That's what they're called. CRAM. Yeah, that's what we need. Yeah, that's what we need. My nickname was UFO. Okay. Venezuelan dictator, alleged billionaire bagman, was extradited to the U.S. on Saturday, less than 3 years after he was pardoned by President Joe Sleepy Autopen Biden. Here's a. Why does it do this to me? Let's see. Free President Maduro. These people are all crazy.
Demonstrators for and against Nicolas Maduro rallied outside a Manhattan courthouse, where the ousted Venezuelan president and his wife, Celia Flores, appeared for a hearing on Thursday, more than 2 months after U.S. military forces captured them in a surprise raid on Caracas and ferried them to New York. The judge questioned the U.S. government's justification for blocking Maduro from using Venezuelan funds to pay for his legal defense against drug trafficking charges, but signaled he would not dismiss the case on that basis. Maduro and Flores have pleaded not guilty to charges including narco-terrorism conspiracy and are jailed in Brooklyn pending trial. They had asked the judge to dismiss the charges, arguing that their inability to rely on Venezuelan public funds interferes with their right to a lawyer of their choosing. Prosecutors argue that because the U.S. has not recognized Maduro as Venezuela's legitimate president since 2019, he and Flores should not expect the U.S. government to allow Venezuela to pay their legal fees. The prosecutors say Maduro and Flores can be assigned public defenders if they cannot afford their own lawyers. The judge said he would not.
Oh, wait, I have a problem with this. Like, if the country of Venezuela wants to pay for their legal fees, what is it any of the government's business? So if someone wanted to pay your legal fees, if you got arrested, the government could stop you from doing it. Stop someone else from paying your legal fees. I don't see how this is an issue. Like, if it's not, the government shouldn't have the capability to stop anybody from paying someone else's legal fees. This is a problem. If the Venezuelan government wants to do it, if the Russians, I don't give a shit if the Chinese, Nike missiles, that's right. They were called Nike missiles. Yeah, we used to have those all over the place. Nike missiles. I forgot about those. That's what I was thinking of the name. They were all over. Along the coast, along the borders. They were in Chicago. They were in New York. They were everywhere, basically. And I think they moved them out in the 60s. I used to do drugs in the 60s. Now I don't care what the temperature is. Ha, that's good. Soros will pay the fees. That's the thing, though. Whoever wants to pay the fees, though, the government should not be involved in stopping anyone from paying someone else's legal fees. I'm sorry. That's not, it's none of the government's business who pays whose legal fees.
Make a formal ruling on whether the Venezuelan government can pay the legal fees, or the motion to dismiss the case given ongoing uncertainty around the funds, and whether Maduro and Flores had other assets they could use.
They've really sued him just in a fraction of the kind of things that he's done.
Earlier on Thursday, President Donald Trump said the U.S. will bring additional cases against Maduro, without offering details.
Here's the thing. Any of these people, if they're Venezuelan and they're here seeking asylum and they're out here protesting, saying that let Maduro go, they should immediately be sent back to Venezuela. Immediately. Because they're not here for asylum if they support Maduro. They're liars. And they should go back home immediately. All these people should be deported. Every single Freedom Road socialist. Oh, yes. These commies need to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. All these commies need to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. All these commies need to go.
Free the prisoners, free them all. Free the prisoners, free them all. Free Syria from these walls. Free
So Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro's billionaire bagman was extradited to the U.S. on Saturday, less than 3 years after he was pardoned by President Joe Biden. Alex Saab, a Colombian-Venezuelan businessman described by U.S. officials as a close ally of Maduro, was arrested during a joint U.S.-Venezuelan operation in February. Just think about that for a second. A joint U.S.-Venezuelan operation in February. Avengers are the Humvees with turrets mounting Stingers or Medusas for point defense. Should deploy short term. I would be happy if we resurrected the M163s and like maybe the license to Gepard. What was that one? Wasn't there one thing that they like something that they had like 8 50 cals on or something that they did like there was like what was it called? I saw a video on it that the fat electrician did a video on and it was said it was his favorite tank or something like that, and it wasn't like yeah. Man, I can't remember. And it was like 8 50 cals or something like that on it for like who's paying the protesters? NGO money involved here. Yeah, I think one of those, right? The was it the M163 that I'm thinking of? Is that the one I'm thinking of? It's an M163 Vulcan. It's a self-propelled 20 millimeter. Isn't that what they used in Colombia when they went after the VADS? Vulcan Air Defense System. There we go. That's something good. What was the other one? That would be good. Hey, bring that back. Bring that to back. Saab was deported to the U.S. to face charges for notorious crimes he allegedly committed. His arrest came more than 5 months after the capture of Maduro by U.S. Special Forces in a daring raid. Saab was described as a Colombian citizen in a press release. The M616 half-track had 450s. Okay. Grizzly says, I would estimate 85 to 95% of those protesters couldn't find Venezuela on a map. Yes. I agree. The deportation was ordered considering that the aforementioned Colombian citizen is involved in the commission of various crimes in the United States, as is public knowledge and widely reported. The Venezuelan constitution prohibits the extradition of its citizens, leading to speculation on Saturday that Saab may have been stripped of his citizenship to allow the deportation to take place. A provision in the 1922 treaty between Washington and Caracas may also allow exceptions. Only 7, or is it 9 Angels touchdown? Saab was previously detained in Cape Verde en route to Iran in 2020 on bribery charges after the U.S. alleged that the Colombian-born businessman had siphoned $350 million out of Venezuela. He was released under Biden in 2023 in a controversial deal in exchange for the release of 10 Americans detained in Venezuela. While that pardon was focused on a specific 2019 indictment over unbuilt low-income housing, Saab still faced active federal investigations over alleged bribery conspiracies involving Venezuelan food import contracts. Yes, MLRSs. Well, they could use those. They could have those. Yeah, MLRSs. They could have them with like that would. Hey, Ginger, what's up? Thanks for being here. That have like that explode, that just shoot out a bunch of like shrapnel, like or BBs and stuff like that. They have them. So basically like a giant shotgun blast that would explode and take out the drones. Saab could now provide U.S. authorities with additional evidence to strengthen their criminal case against Maduro, who, along with his wife, are being held in New York City. Hey, if you are foolish enough to still be paying $100 for internet, call them up and tell them you want to cancel. You're going to Starlink. You can thank me later. Well, Starlink just raised their price to $135. I just got the email from Starlink saying their price just went up from $125 a month to $135 a month. And they did this. I'm kind of pissed at them because a couple months ago, they sent me this thing saying, hey, listen, we'll send you a free Starlink Mini, for travel stuff. And you could just keep it and you just pay us, we won't charge you for it. You can have it for free. and you just pay us $5 a month to hold it on standby. And then if you need it, like if something happens, you need it to travel. And so I just got it for if I need it for travel or something like that. That way I could just take it with me and whatever. But now they just doubled the price from $5 a month to $10 a month. So I'm like, wait a minute, now you're screwing me here, because $5 a month, it was no big deal. $10 a month is like, that's like that's not nothing. That's double the price. Seems like they kind of screwed a bunch of people over because they were pushing these. We'll give you free minis and just pay this fee instead of turning them on. So I think they're probably getting a whole bunch of people doing that. Speaking of which, I didn't even tell you guys, are you hungry? Could you go for something to eat right now and you feel some kind of craving for food? Think some beef. You could get all natural American-made beef from Biltong USA. That's right, Biltong USA. Go to www.biltongusa. Use promo code JIM to save 10%. I just recently got some peri peri wagyu. It is extremely good, tasty. They also have a whole bunch of other stuff there that you could buy. They have different like chips from like if you like some weird flavored chips from England, they have prawn cocktail flavored chips. They have real English malt vinegar chips. They have all types of good flavors. They have a ton of good little cookies. I got these chocolate coconut cream cookies that were extremely good. I got some that were from I believe imported from Australia. I had a whole bunch of stuff, man. A whole bunch of really good stuff that I got from there. So go to Biltong USA, get yourself some Biltong. Use promo code JIM for 10% off. Thanks. This is all about oil and trade. The U.S. is a country in decline. The U.S. is now reduced to terrorist taxes to hold on to its power rather than diplomacy. Well, Dr. Meganauts, I must disagree. We are not a country in decline. Spectrum lowered my price from 90 to 30, gave me a free phone and a $30 a month service. Well, that's awesome, SB Farmer. U.S. prosecutors allege Saab controls some of Maduro's funds. Hey, Ginger says, my late fee. Sorry. Thank you so much, Ginger. Wow, we got $10 from Ginger. That is so awesome. Thank you so much. That means we are now just $76 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Ginger. Saab's arrest and deportation suggests a new level of collaboration between American and Venezuelan law enforcement under the country's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez. Rodriguez, who previously served as Maduro's vice president, is targeting figures who kept the leftists in power for over a decade. So seems like maybe she's actually doing some stuff. Like maybe, just maybe, she might be, No. Miami Herald has it like this. It says Alex Saab back in U.S. custody after dramatic Venezuelan deportations. So Venezuelan authorities on Saturday deported Colombian businessman Alex Saab to the U.S., handing over one of several powerful figures tied to Venezuela's socialist regime who sought by the U.S. justice system on corruption, drug trafficking, and money laundering allegations. In a statement issued Saturday, Venezuela's Administrative Services of Identification, Migration, and Foreign Affairs, known as SIAMI, confirmed that Saab has been handed over to U.S. authorities under Venezuelan immigration law. That's good news, right? Oh, let's see what DeSantis thinks of Trump's Cuban diplomacy.
With the Trump administration increasing pressure on Cuba, do you believe that a regime change?
Well, the library is a great opportunity to have something for President of the United States in conjunction with my...
Why does it keep doing this? What are you doing? Okay, that's not what I wanted. I thought it was going to tell us about Cuba and stuff like that, and then they do this weird stuff. Government of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela hereby announces that the deportation of a Colombian national. Yes, they don't get the Colombian out of here. The agency added the decision was made because Saab is allegedly implicated in the commission of various crimes in the United States. A matter is public, notorious, and widely reported. Saab, once considered one of Maduro's most trusted financial operatives, had already spent more than 2 years in U.S. custody. He was later pardoned by Sleepy Joe Biden. I wonder how much money Biden got for pardoning him. What do you think? How much money do you think Biden got for pardoning him? Oh, look at this. Brian Ogden with another gifted membership. Thank you so much, Brian Ogden. Oh, man, that means right now we are only $70 away, folks. Just $70 away from a second additional hour of the show. That's striking distance, people. Let's see who got that one. That says that NapSam71. NapSam71. Naps AM71 or NapSam71, whatever it is. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a friend. You had a Saab as a commuter. Really cool car. People familiar with the negotiations told the Herald that the U.S. increasingly viewed Saab as a potential crucial witness capable of providing detailed insight into the financial architecture that sustained Maduro's inner circle for years. The U.S. needs Saab because he has crucial information about Maduro's financial operations to provide evidence for the narco-terrorism charges. He managed the money. If investigators want to show how funds move through the system and how those funds may have supported criminal activities, Saab is a key witness. Saab disappeared from public view early this year amid reports Venezuelan media that he'd been detained shortly after Rodriguez removed him from his government post as a minister of industry. For years, Saab was viewed as a key financial gatekeeper of Maduro's regime. A man prosecutors believe understood not only where billions of dollars moved, but also how those financial networks operated across Venezuela and Europe. Federal prosecutors in Miami have long accused Saab of orchestrating schemes that generated hundreds of millions of dollars through inflated contracts with the Venezuelan government. One of the central investigations involved Venezuela's controversial CLAP program. So they had a program to give people the clap in Venezuela. Wow. It was created to distribute subsidized food to struggling Venezuelans. Prosecutors alleged Saab and his associates used the program to secure overpriced government contracts while routing profits through a sophisticated network of international companies and financial intermediaries. Yes, you are awesome, Brian Ogden. You are awesome. The U.S. government had previously accused Saab of laundering $350 million linked to corrupt Venezuelan housing contracts. Saab was first arrested in 2020 in Cape Verde on his way to Iran. His renewed legal exposure now comes at a particularly delicate political moment for Venezuela. Rodriguez assumed power in early this year after a dramatic U.S. military operation to arrest Maduro. Since then, Rodriguez's interim government has sought to stabilize the country while navigating intense pressure from the United States and internal resistance from factions within Venezuela's military and ruling coalition. Analysts say Saab's transfer could deepen tensions within Chavista circles, where many officials fear expanding U.S. investigations into corruption networks tied to the former regime. The move may also place additional scrutiny on several businessmen and former Venezuelan officials already facing charges in South Florida, including media mogul Raul Gorin, owner of Global Vision. Yes, Global Vision. Let's take out Global Vision. Let's get him. Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello, who allegedly is one of the top members of the La Soles drug cartel. De La Sol. Get him. Prosecutors charged Gorin with conspiring to launder $1.2 billion allegedly stolen from Venezuela through corrupt financial schemes. Well, get them all. Let's get them all. Let's get them all. Let's get them all. Same thing. PBS just says Venezuela deports Maduro ally to U.S. for criminal proceedings. All right, so that's good. I think I think it's an important thing. I think we need to get these people. All right, let's do a quick little thing here before we get to the next news story. Just a couple little. Was going to Sale Blood. Okay. Democrats are burying themselves. Representative Bynum just said it's racist for President Trump to say the government should protect citizens over illegal aliens. She says it's thinly veiled racism. How can anyone vote Demon Rat?
What did you think about that moment when the president was asking Democrats to stand up for American citizens during that part of the speech when he was talking about immigration and immigration enforcement efforts?
I think you can agree with the what, like standing up for American citizens, but I disagree with the how. And so it's always about how do we bring our country together, but not stand on the backs of others. There's thinly veiled racist language, anti-immigrant language in what he was asking, and that was
anti-immigrant language.
What did you think about that moment?
Wow. Who could vote for these people? Who could vote for these people? That's crazy. How could you vote for them? President Trump, mic drops. Barack Hussein Obama, mostly red South. Essentially 100% blue New England. Democracy. Nailed it. Yeah, let's see. This looks like it might be good. Look at Obama. Oh, no. But this, that's good.
Wonderful process. They've been the Democrats, or as I call the Democrats, because they are dumb in so many ways. They've redistricted for years, and now we took our shot, and it looks like we're going to pick up a lot of seats, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We want voters to have their choice. We want fair voting. We want fair elections. The Democrats have been cheating on elections for many years, and all we're doing is winning. Thank you, sir. Wonderful.
Wow. That's crazy, right? Hey, Iowa Backyard Cams is here. Good evening. Late because of the weather. It seems to have calmed down, so here I am. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. It's always nice when you're here. Always nice when you're here. Makes me feel better. Makes me feel better when you're here with me. We like to celebrate and see what we can do to be. Boop, 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 ba-doop, ba-doo. Do, 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 do. So why does Rep. Thomas Massey get an A+ from the Iranians? See, a lot of people don't realize his money is coming from Iranian PACs. He was at Iran PAC, the Iranian PAC, him and Rouhani. He says, for years I was a fan of Massey, but something broke inside him after his wife got sick. I pray Massey finds peace, can find his way once again. See, the National Iranian American Council, NIAC, that's who he takes his money from. A+ from them. Yeah, he gets a ton of money from them. Wow, look at this. Look at all the people on their thing. He's the only Republican. Wow. He's the only Republican on the list if you look from the Iran PAC. Why is the Iran PAC scoring all the Democrats as A+ and A? Doesn't that make you wonder what's going on in this country that the Iranians love Democrats and Tom Massey? Huh. Very odd, isn't it? Very odd. Very, very odd. Very, very odd, wouldn't you say? I'd rather demonize those that failed to apply the law now. Okay. Immigration is important. We need strict immigration, but the point, paint illegal immigrants as illegals that were let in and not arrest those people that let them in under, I'd say arrest. I say, can't we do both? Why can't we do both? Arrest the people that let them in and the people that are here illegally. Once we say they're not here illegally anymore, even though they were let in, we say, okay, now it's time to go home, and they refuse to leave. They're now illegal, and then they have to go. Okay? So look at this. Brad Raffensperger is standing in the way of transparency in Georgia's election while simultaneously running for governor on a platform of election integrity. This must be some kind of joke. Georgia deserves fair and transparent elections. And what we're looking at, every avenue, and we will look at every avenue to ensure that happens. This is crazy.
Hey everybody, Bert Jones here. I hope everybody's having a great Sunday. Just want to bring to everyone's attention that our Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, has denied our state elections boards the ability to monitor the voting on Tuesday night. This is a transparent process that's always been done before, but for whatever reason, he's refusing to let them in the room. That's very troubling considering he is the Secretary of State that is running for governor. So I'd like to call on our Attorney General to give us a ruling whether or not he is violating his obligations as Secretary of State by not allowing this to happen.
Yes.
If our Attorney General don't want to rule on it, then we might have to call on in the Department of Justice so that they can monitor this thing, because some doesn't smell right, and I think it's pretty egregious on the Secretary of State's part.
I agree. Anyone on that
pulling
Iranian
this
list should be in jail.
2 days before the election. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah. Everybody on that list should be in jail. Everybody on that list should be in jail. Yes, Thomas Massey, Big Iran. This story, I wanted to point this out because if this, I don't know who did this. All right, if this was done by somebody, if this isn't a fake staged hoax, which my first reaction is this is a staged hoax, because this is what we've seen repeatedly, is staged hoaxes. So Ben Crump, who's the biggest race baiting scumbag around, says a black cemetery in Palmetto, Florida was vandalized with graves damaged, and Trump and DeSantis spray painted across the tombstones. Our ancestors deserve dignity. Well, I wonder what did this look like before the damage? Is this all just stuff that broke down and broke? So let's see, because this is going to come out. I would bet money that this is going to come out. This was done by somebody that looks like the guy staring there right now.
Unfathomable.
Tyree Rome couldn't believe the condition of 17 graves the sheriff's office says were vandalized.
This is like a family graveyard, honestly. And to see how it's been decimated, it's heart crushing.
But you can see a casket.
Some concrete crypt tops are off their base. Others have been smashed to pieces.
Hatred. That's the only thing that can come to mind is hatred.
Edward Bailey's great aunt is buried here. He says he rushed over tonight after seeing a local Facebook Live from people he knows.
You have to be angry at something like this, but then you also have to feel just remorse for anybody who does not know whether or not their family member can no longer be laid to rest.
I won't stop until you're in jail or you're punished for what happened.
One of the first to sound the alarm was Tracy Washington, president of the Manatee County NAACP, who has several family members here, including her brother.
So what I'm asking for right now is for a full, transparent investigation.
Yes, yes, definitely. Yes, definitely a full, transparent investigation. And if any of these people that are out here making these statements are involved in what happened, they need to go to jail and not just go away like happened in all these other cases. I'm going to show you a few here in a few minutes, some other cases that they went and screamed, and then it turned out the people that were complaining were the ones that did it just for attention.
And I want those graves fixed because they're due more respect than what they got out there right now.
A historic marker says the cemetery's first burial was in 1906, and many African-American farmers who grew tomatoes, celery, and cabbage, some serving in World War II, are buried here.
Why are you so mad for you to do something like this?
Okay, we'll see who did it.
Know.
We'll find out who did it. We got flock cameras. We'll see who went there. It's false reports. I guarantee it's false reports. I would put money on it's false reports. Yeah, I wonder who did that. Interesting enough, the guy in the video is running for local office. Yeah, good old Ben Crump, back to race hoaxes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, look, this is Trump's America. But Ontario's Willing wrote the graffiti himself after they picked up their jaws off the ground. Ontario's backtracked and attempted to claim it was just a Halloween prank. Oh, yeah, here we go. Look at the Halloween prank. Someone wrote this on his card. It was the guy who wrote it in Manhattan, did it all. Sounds like more of this. The man who's been drawing swastikas all over Fayetteville, North Carolina, is actually a black male, Taquan Jameek Farine. He was let out on a $1,500 bond and immediately began waving a gun at people on the street. And yet again, he was given a $2,500 bond. Curiously, although the local media reported the story, they miraculously forgot the mail to mention and all the race of the man who was drawing these swastikas. I wonder why. Wow. This is the guy doing the swastikas, painting them. Wow. Wow, what do you know? But yet, they're blaming it, saying it's a racist Nazis doing the swastikas. Mm-hmm. Oh, what do you know? It's amazing. Oh, the guy drawing swastikas all over Fayetteville is a black male named Queen Jameek. Mm-hmm. Guess he's on the SPLC salary. That's right. It's the SPLC. The SPLC doing all of this I wonder how much the SPLC is paying for this. Yes, I wonder who. Here's Attorney General Todd Blanche saying that the New York Times has zero credibility. Fix it again, Tony. Yeah. I had a VW with the license plate LSD 625. Everyone wanted to buy it in the 60s. I don't know what that means. New York Times has zero credibility, speaking critically about law enforcement protecting loved ones who are targeted by extremists while refusing to do any reporting on the violent groups making the threats. Just stop. Director Patel and his loved ones should never have their lives threatened, and the DOJ fully supports protecting Director Patel's partner given the constant threats against her. Every director has been afforded the same protection. Why I think it's not white guys that messed up the cemetery. Like, I whoever did it, if they, like, I don't know what damage was already done to the cemetery, like just because it was old and falling apart and wasn't properly cared for. So this could be where they're like, oh, we want to get someone to pay to fix to like clean it up and, mow the grass and clean up the gravestones and repair the ones that were just more, just like starting to crumble with age. And so they made this up. That's possible. Or this is a hoax. But if it was somebody who did this because they did it to destroy it because of what it was, whoever did it should go to jail. That's it. Whoever did it should go to jail. Director Patel began directing agents from field offices around the country to provide security for Miss Wilkins. Okay, yeah. There's the Democrats constantly threaten everyone. They want to defund the police. They riot when law enforcement enforces the law. Democrats have reached their murder your political opponent stage of democracy. That's right. The party that murders you if you disagree with them. Yeah, welcome to the Democrat Party. Yep. That's where we're at. This is crazy, man. This is just crazy. A federal mistrial was declared against a Portland far-left radical accused of violently attacking and biting law enforcement at a riot outside of the ICE facility. Leftists and Antifa supporters have been training the public to cause mistrials involving ICE. Yes, they have. This is what they're doing. Too funny. I could watch on replay 100 times. These people trying to de-arrest people, unarrest people. What is going on here? Here's the story. Federal judge declares mistrial in case against Portland leftist musician accused of biting and kicking federal officers during an ICE facility riot. That's right. They never take care of the cemeteries. They then complain when it's crap, and they want the public to fix it like others in the area that have descendants of those buried there maintain. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if that's what it is. I don't know if it's a hoax just to try to get attention because, you got to just racism. The government plans to refile felony charges against defendant Oriana Rebecca Coral of Portland. There she is kicking right there, kicking. There she is biting. Federal judge declared a mistrial on Thursday after a jury failed to reach a verdict in a case against a leftist musician accused of assaulting federal agents during a 2025 demonstration at the ICE facility in Portland. The government plans to refile the charges. She's been accused of biting and kicking federal officer while being detained for interfering with a separate arrest. The 12 jurors deliberated for roughly 8 hours. Judge Karen Immergut. Oh, yes, this is that same judge that tried to tell ICE they couldn't do stuff there. This fucking hack leftist bead-wearing creep. After a unanimous decision was not reached, a tentative new trial date has been scheduled for June 16th. What was the case? What was the ruling? Here's the... Officer touching him should be arrested immediately. Yeah, these people should all feel shame for themselves. I think this is a game. Yeah, get him, light him up, get him. On NPR last night, I heard a black man saying he has no First, Second, or 14th Amendment right because he was black. Go figure. Well, I mean, the Democrats are the one taking away people's First Amendment, Second Amendment rights, and the 14th Amendment right is, I think he's a little confused what that means. If it was reciprocal, they would share, yeah. According to court documents, Coral was captured on video footage pulling a male protester away from federal officers who were attempting to arrest him. A DHS federal protective officer pushed Carol out of the way, knocking her to the ground. While on the ground, Carol allegedly kicked an FPS officer in the right leg. Well, you could see her kicking him, and she was placed under arrest but resisted. During a struggle, she proceeded to bite the officer's left arm with her teeth. It took several federal agents to take her into custody. There she is. You could see her kicking him right there. Judge Immergut informed the jury at the beginning of the case that in order to convict Carroll, they would need to establish that Carroll made coercive physical contact with the officer while performing his duties, that the contact has not been conducted in the course of justified self-defense. Yeah, this is the same scumbag judge. This how is it self-defense against a cop trying to arrest you? The judge said that forcible assault when someone intentionally strikes or willfully injures another person. The foreperson informed the judge that it would be unlikely to reach a jury verdict, a unanimous decision. The judge thanked and dismissed the jury. This is the fucking judge who said that Trump couldn't send the National Guard to Portland. Yeah, this is that judge saying that, oh, was it justified self-defense? There's no such thing as justified self-defense against the police when you're getting arrested. Good grief, it's like Arrakis Dune out there, 70 miles per hour wind and dirt everywhere. They should make a deal with the Russians to take these prisoners. Yeah. The foreperson informed the judge they couldn't read a verse. Certainly this case was not an easy one. Wow. She's a clarinetist for Antifa-affiliated Unprecedented Brass Band, had arrived outside the ICE facility with her band to participate in the Emergency World Naked Bike Ride. What? FPS officer Carlos Perez testified at trials that Carl fell on the ground when he tried to keep her away from the other officer attempting to arrest the subject, and then kicked him and bit his forearm. Carl denied the allegations and claimed her actions were taken in self-defense. A clinical family therapist. This person is a clinical family therapist. Yeah, maybe you should get her license revoked and be, immediately committed to a mental hospital. Told the court she never intended to harm anyone that day and headed to the demonstration to protest the Trump administration's mass deportation agenda. Well, you broke the law. This is the second anti-ICE protest-related case to head to federal trial since June. The U.S. Attorney's Office for Oregon has federally charged more than 40 demonstrators for a variety of offenses. Some of them have already been convicted. Wow. All right. Well, I think that person should be locked up and the keys should be thrown away. That's what I think. That's what I think. That's what I think. Well, check this out. I think they're trying to run another think they're trying to run another pandemic on us. Oh wait. Yeah, here. This is what's going on in the courtroom. Actually, he bit me 3 times. This guy is feral, and the judge says the state failed to prove the defendant wasn't expressing protected political hunger. Mistrial declared. Defendant is free to go and may keep the sleeve as reparations. Not guilty by reason of systemic snacking. Mistrial number 47. Yeah, that's what's going on. Mm-hmm. The saying is, if BS were brass, you'd be a whole brass band. Yeah, that's what they be saying. Oh, here. This is one quick thing here. So James Comey is signals to FBI personnel that he has great confidence the Bureau will just wait out the Trump administration. Hang on. He's saying, hang on for a few more years, and then you'll be able to do what you want to do. And like cynical Publius says, what he is actually saying is, hello, unelected bureaucrats, be sure to resist the will of the American people. I know that they relied on the Constitution and lawfully elected their preferred presidential candidate, but you know better than all those stupid voters, and you need to ignore their will. You know best. This is why Comey needs to be arrested for his crimes.
Looked at from the top level. The people running it, if you're bragging about forcing out career prosecutors and agents because the president doesn't like a lawful investigation they conducted, something is seriously broken at the top. But I have great confidence in the people down below who are just trying to hang on. And I'm urging them, hang on. 2.5 years, and then we can rebuild these institutions. But we need good people in those roles. America does. Looked at.
Oh, yeah. Hang on. With more rhinos and useless Republicans getting primaried, maybe before the end of Trump's term, we might actually see these idiot judges get impeached. It would be nice. Would be nice. Yeah. So AG Blanche just confirms it's about to come out as the DOJ probes a deep state coup against President Trump. We're finding out some incredibly troubling things at the point of the right time. Yeah. Here we go.
We're finding out some incredibly troubling things, and at some point at the right time, that will be made public, and the American people will see exactly what happened to this administration and President Trump over the past decade.
Well, I mean, the country was ripped apart. We all know that. Half of the country said he colluded with Russia. The other half said, no, it didn't. I mean, it ripped the country apart. But you say when the time is right. When is the time right? When should we expect these charges of conspiracy?
Well, I mean, look, as has been publicly reported, the Southern District of Florida has an open criminal investigation. That involves hundreds of subpoenas. It involves hundreds of witnesses. And so as far as timing and when we can expect it, we are working hard and we are working efficiently, but we are going to do it right. We are not going to rush something that isn't ready. We're not going to reach a conclusion before our investigation is over. But I assure you, and I assure the American people, that we are completely focused on it.
Okay. Well, I don't know what is not ready. I mean, we've been watching this play out for a long time, and viewers and
get it on. Let's
people
go.
watching are frustrated because it just keeps happening. Weaponization keeps happening because it's not corrected the time before. Now,
I just want to remind everybody, if you notice on YouTube, we've just passed 3 hours and 12 minutes. The goal on YouTube has about 8 minutes left. But we're not going to end immediately when that stops. But, go. And as long as I'm still going, if the goal is met, we will extend it by another hour. But we are currently still $70 away. So I don't know if you guys want another hour. Have to get some, something coming in with either Cash App, PayPal, Ko-fi, something like that. Different things. So thank goodness. Yeah, Comey needs to be in jail. Thank goodness they raided Trump's house in Florida, so all this stuff can originate in Florida, not corrupt DC. Yeah, they think the glasses make her look smart. Yeah, they think something. Check this out. A Florida daycare worker claims she spazzed out and violently slammed a 3-month-old infant into a crib, leaving the baby with multiple skull fractures, a broken leg, and a brain bleed. LaKayla E. Hamilton admitted she took out her anger on the infant after becoming upset over personal issues and a text message she received at work. She reportedly told deputies she slammed the baby into the crib so hard she heard the child's head hit the frame beneath the mattress. The infant was rushed to a hospital with severe injuries, including skull fractures, a fractured leg, and fractured ribs, bruising across the head, face, and bleeding on the brain. Investigators said the doctors believe the baby could have died if the parents had not quickly sought medical attention.
Investigators say LaKayla E. Hamilton, who was assigned to the infant room, admitted she was upset over personal problems and a text message she received at work. She told deputies she lost control and slammed the baby into the crib so hard that she heard the child's head hit the frame underneath the mattress. The 3-month-old suffered multiple skull fractures.
I don't see they put this music in. I don't like to put the music in because then I'm going to have to clip it out anyway. This is crazy. This is a quality Learning Center in Florida. I hope she gets 20 years in prison. If I was the father of the baby, I would also spaz out and I wouldn't be making excuses on why. Former Biden VA official John H. Wyndham, tasked with overseeing the massive electronic health record modernization project, has been federally indicted for concealing thousands in cash, casino chips, Louis Vuitton gift cards, and other lavish gifts from contractors. While leading the effort, Wyndham helped award a $10 billion contract to Cerner, later bought by Oracle Health. He allegedly pushed the company on diversity and inclusion. Oh, wait, I just saw that. Brian Ogden with a gift message. Thank you, Brian Ogden. Wow. That means now we are just $64 away, folks. Just $64 away from adding another second hour to the show, an additional second hour to the show. And that membership goes to Gabe Itches. Gabe Itches 3. Gabriel Itches 3. Gabriel Itches. Got that. Gabe Itches. Got that membership. Congratulations, Gabe Itches. Electric chair. Oh, I mean, wow. Hey, Mother Pepion, great to see you. Stop letting other people raise your kids. A text message made her lose it, so she almost ended a baby. Dear Lord. Yeah, well. Hey, what's up, damn Yankee? Oh, look at this. Doc with 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Thank you, Doc. Wow, that means right now we are just $34 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Doc. Yes. Let's see who got those. It says Bruce Wayne, Aquanet, OKC Rebel, Oklahoma City Rebel, Flatfoot, and Bratty Brat received gifted memberships. Bratty Brat, Flatfoot, OKC, Oklahoma City Rebel, Aquanet 132, and 61 Bruce Wayne all received gifted memberships thanks to Doc. Thank you, Diggy Doc. Come on, people, let's go. Rock the Casbah. Yeah, Doc. Yeah, what's up? Yo, what's up? Yes. Wow, thanks for asking, Doc. Yes. The result, a disastrously flawed system linked to over 4,000 cases of harm to veterans, including at least 4 deaths from scheduling errors. This is what happens when ethics take a backseat to ideology and DEI mixes with billion-dollar contracts. What do you know? This guy was arrested. Womp womp. Police shot a man with a gun. Police identified Tayshawn Redford as the suspect killed in Thursday's officer-involved shooting after he brandished a gun at police during an encounter tied to a weapons-related fight in Pueblo. The investigation remains ongoing. You got to keep an eye on all this stuff. Got to keep an eye. Oh, and there was a terrible crash today. We may never know how female the pilot was. This is Broncos making jokes. Footage of a midair collision between a pair of Navy Super Hornets Growlers during a Gunfighter Sky Air Show at the Mountain Home Air Force Base moments ago. This is bad. But I think all the pilots survived, but I don't understand how this happened. It was crazy. Just like flew into each other. I'm confused at how this happened. How these planes like got hooked on each other or something. Like, what were they trying to do? Anyone know what they were trying to do here? Anyone have any idea what they were trying to do? Hey, Brian Ogden with another gifted membership. Thank you so much. That means we are now just $28 away, folks, from adding a second additional hour to the show. Just $28 away. In honor of Doc. Oh, thank you. Let's see who got that. Gifted membership. It says that Nathan C.4 received the gifted membership. You think they were mating? Is that AI? How is that possible? I don't think this is AI. It's weird they got tied up like that, isn't it? Yes, it is, isn't it? They're making new planes. Brian is the man. Yes, he is. Cash App. Oh, I got a Cash App, it says. Let's see here. Yes, I did. Wow. It's $5 on Cash App from Jonathan Marcos. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Wow. Wow, that means right now, folks, we are $23 away, just $23 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. That's awesome. One plane is pregnant now. They were trying to end their wing commander's career. They're trying to end their wing commander's career, maybe, I think you're trying to say. Thank you so much, Brian Ogden. Yes, Brian Ogden for the gifted memberships, and Jonathan Marcos for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Is someone on PayPal? What do I got here? PayPal. No, okay. I had a thing on PayPal. Yes, we are family. Let's watch this again. This is crazy, right? Let's see this. They're flying there. Nothing happens. They just hit each other. I mean, luckily they were able to all eject, right? That was a very expensive mistake. I mean, how many millions of dollars right here? I mean, that's crazy, right? There's one, I see, yeah, all 4 shoots. But they're lucky they were able to even eject, man. That they weren't like. I mean, that's just nuts, man. I don't know. I don't understand it. Yeah. That's just crazy. Like Raga says. Here's Jeffrey Mead, who's a great guy. He says, Republicans are not attacking black people's rights. Republicans just aren't allowing Democrats to use the VRA and black people to essentially guarantee Democrat seats that wouldn't exist in red states without districts that were created by race.
Last month, you called Republican efforts to redistrict cheating. Are Democrats also cheating?
Well, let's be very clear about what's going on right now, which is a systematic effort to dismantle black political representation in the House of Representatives. What we're seeing amounts to the biggest reversal of black political power since the Voting Rights Act itself. It is wrong, it is unfair, and we never should have been here in the first place.
Okay, his choice of words matters here because words do different things. He said there's a systematic effort to dismantle black political representation, and that's not true. What's more accurate is there's an effort in the South to not let the Voting Rights Act create Democrat seats in the House in red states. In the Calais decision in Louisiana, where the Supreme Court said you cannot create districts with race being the primary factor in mind, is what is leading these southern states to feel comfortable now to redistrict more. But let's think about this, because again, words matter. Now, is Black representation being systematically removed in the South?
No.
The answer is yes. That is the result, but Black people are not the targets.
Oh, I don't think so.
There's a difference here. You have to make this difference. Democrats have been using Black people in the VRA to get political representation in red states that they otherwise would not have without the VRA and suing. So the reason that Black political representation is being removed in the South is because Black people vote 85 to 15 in favor of Democrats. That's why you can argue it's being removed. It's not because Black people are being targeted and they're losing their rights. There's a major difference in what's happening now and what was happening with Jim Crow. But Democrats are not incentivized to tell you that. Think about it. Is it easier to say, well, Republicans are playing the same game we're playing and we're losing to them? Or is it easier to say, well, Republicans are attacking Black people's representation and that's terrible? Of course, it's easier to say that Republicans are targeting Black people. And the reason Democrats do that is because they seem like they're moral and for civil rights and they're standing up for Black people. But in reality, they're just fighting to keep districts together that guarantee Democrats seats in Congress because Black people vote 85 to 15 in favor of Democrats. Again, Democrats are saying things that make them seem virtuous while behind the scenes fighting to keep their political power at the federal level. I mean, that's essentially it. Republicans are saying, we're not going to allow you to draw up districts based on race that essentially guarantee Democrats a seat in a red state that they otherwise would not have if the districts were drawn with or drawn race neutral. Democrats don't want race neutral maps when it comes to Black people because they know they will win seats in the House if Black people have their own districts. Black people can still vote just like any other time. The only difference now is districts that were based on race that were guaranteed Democrat seats are being broken up. So that's all I've got for now. Don't forget I have a free email newsletter where I cover these topics in more detail. The link is in my profile. Hope to see you there.
Wow. That's interesting. That's interesting. All right. Check this out. So it says Honda. I think they're trying to pull up another. I wanted to get to this. I think they're coming up with 110% fatigue. Yeah. Hantavirus can survive in semen for 6 years after infection. So this is like going to be the new monkeypox or something.
Another pandemic, that there's no
Another
health
pandemic
officials
trying to
insisting
scare
that this
us,
will
right?
not be another pandemic, that there's no threat to public safety. But still tonight, many are anxious, and we are bringing in now former HHS Assistant Secretary Dr. Anand Parekh. Dr. Parekh, great to have you here. Really appreciate your time. And I know that you have said that this public health response is, quote, a little tricky. You do believe we will be seeing secondary transmission and that the outbreak will eventually burn out. Are we expecting to see cases of people coming down with hantavirus who are not on that cruise ship?
Thanks, Natasha, for having me on. You know, I don't think it's surprising that we're seeing cases around the world. We don't have one right now. As you just indicated, there is a new case in Canada. I think we were expecting this. There are 150 passengers on the boat, many of whom were exposed. These are individuals who will now be isolated. Many more are being watched very carefully in quarantine. We may, in fact, over the next few weeks, have some secondary transmission to individuals who are not on the cruise ship. But really, this is going to be pretty limited. This is not going to be the next pandemic. This virus just doesn't transmit very efficiently. And so we have a couple weeks to go, a bit of a holding pattern here. And again, isolating cases, quarantining and monitoring all of the close contacts. This is what public health does every day. So I think that's essentially going to be the status and hopefully nothing else over the next couple of weeks.
And you've highlighted a major point before, which is that, you know, when someone is doing an at-home quarantine, you're really leaving it up to that person. We had former CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield on News Nation Prime last weekend, and he said if it were up to him, this would have been a mandatory quarantine in Nebraska for those Americans returning. Do you agree with him? Would that have been a safer choice?
Yeah, I think you have to sort of weigh the risks here. And again, I think overall, again, though this is a virus where there's a really high mortality rate, this is a viral treatment. It also doesn't transmit efficiently if you can work with the public and ensure that they understand the importance of quarantining at home, ensuring that they're not going in the public, ensuring that if they have symptoms that they report it very quickly. If you can get that level of understanding, that trust, then it is possible. But it's not easy
I was muted.
doing this at home for up to 42 days. I will say, Natasha, most public health officials are checking on these individuals at least twice a day, oftentimes at home, checking temperatures. So I think there is close supervision. I think you could ask 5 people and get 5 different opinions on whether we ought to have a mandatory quarantine.
What is your opinion? If it were your call, what would you have chosen to do?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the easiest if everyone is in the same place and being monitored.
It was me muted. I had my mic muted.
Standardized protocol. I think everybody would feel more comfortable there. We don't have that situation right now, and so I think we have lots of monitoring going on across the country in many different states, and so far it's working, and hopefully. I think we'll be able to make it through the next couple of weeks.
Certainly this virus is less contagious than COVID right now. We have seen the Andes strain, though, spread without direct contact in the past, specifically tied to that largest outbreak so far in Argentina from 2018.
Wow. So they're going to try to scare us all again. Look at this. 2 passengers being monitored at Atlanta's Emory University, 16 passengers being monitored at the National Quarantine Unit.
Are, again, 20 countries doing exactly what we're doing, and they too are ensuring that they have a handle on not just all the cruise ship passengers, but also individuals
always a good
who may
policy to
be
avoid
in their
rapid
country and who may be exposed. So it's not just us, but I do think and the WHO has done a terrific job here trying to send out standardized protocols. So all countries who are receiving individuals who are on that ship are doing relatively the same thing, but. I think we have a pretty good handle. I think, Natasha, the biggest thing out of this is we're fortunate, right? We're fortunate that this is a virus that doesn't transmit efficiently, but the next virus may not be the same. And that's why pandemic preparedness really needs to be a top national priority for any administration. And I hope this is a wake-up call really for our current leaders that we can't backslide. We can't afford to backslide. This may not be something you want to focus on or you're interested in focusing on, but we can't afford not to make this a priority. And I suspect that's got to be the most important lesson as we come out of this over the next couple of weeks.
One word answer on that. Are we prepared for the next pandemic?
Well, we're not. And we need to do a much better job.
We need to do a much better job. We're not prepared. Yes, much better job. We're not prepared.
Much better job. We've backslid, particularly in the last 18 months.
So
we have tremendous more to do, and I think everyone in this country knows why. In fact, what we just experienced over 5 or 6 years ago.
Former HHS Assistant Secretary Dr. Anand Parikh. I wish we had more time. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks so much.
So be careful. It's going to be in your semen, they say, or in semen or something. So a study suggests that hantavirus can live for years in semen, especially if they're at sea, and be transmitted sexually long after an infection is getting attention following a deadly outbreak. Global health officials say the Andes strain, the only known form capable of person-to-person transmission, is not expected to trigger a pandemic. So it could be in your semen, remain in your semen for years and cause transmission risk. Hantavirus may linger in semen for years and be transmitted via sex, study finds. Yes. This says from Scientific Americana, says hantavirus can persist in semen for years, but that doesn't mean it stays contagious. Oh, no. So it sickened 10 people, killed 3. So they're going to, just be careful. They're going to try to trick everybody. Testicular, yeah. Call up that bastard Fauci. He'll fix everything. Yeah, no, he'll make everything worse. Scare tactics, yeah. Gene Hackman didn't actually have hantavirus. His wife did, presumably because she'd been cleaning out buildings for storage, but she dropped dead of it, and he never got it, but died of starvation. Oh, wow. Almost 200 dead already in Ebola in the Congo. Yeah. Screw these people, never again. I agree. Don't have sex, people. Well, I think they're trying to trick, trying to scare people. That's all. That's what they're doing. Sounds like the monkeypox scam. That's what I thought. Whose brilliant idea it was to do these semen studies? How long have they been doing virus studies on semen? These people are sick. Seems weird, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem odd? Not odd like, odd like strange. And then we got this story says that China is going to buy at least $17 billion in U.S. agricultural products annually. You think they meant semen, not semen? Okay. COVID has been absorbed. Yeah. Oh, it could be. So China is committed to purchasing $17 billion of U.S. agriculture products. This better not be. I don't know, man. This better not be what the bargaining chip they were talking about type of thing. The commitment was made during meetings with Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. Wow. The 17 billion figure does not include the soybean purchase commitments China made in October 2025. Yeah, 17 billion is nothing. No, I know it's nothing. You were twitching at Dr. Megasberg. Yeah. Yeah, what gives anyone the right to forcibly quarantine someone? They have guns, and that's why they think they can do it. That's why they were able to do it in all those countries where the citizens don't have guns, like Australia, where they built camps and made people sit in camps for months. So there's been a marked reduction in U.S. agricultural exports to China after the last year's round of tit-for-tat tariffs, which fell 65.7% year over year. Well, China's got to get the food for somewhere. So what are they, just starving their people? Where are they getting the food from? Brian Ogden with 10 says, let's get it. Thank you so much, Brian. That means right now we're just $13 away, folks. Just $13 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Brian. So China will work with U.S. regulators to lift suspension of U.S. beef facilities and resume importing poultry from U.S. states determined to be free of avian influenza. A 14-year-old was just telling me how scared they were of the new virus, and I heard it's worse than COVID, and heard it was worse than COVID. Oh my God, man. They're doing this on purpose. They're scaring people. Confirming earlier statements from the Chinese government, the White House also said on Sunday that the world's two largest economies would establish a U.S.-China Board of Trade. The board will resolve concerns over market access for agricultural products and expand trade on a reciprocal tariffs and reduction framework. Oh, like this, we got Trumpinator for $3. Thank you. That means we're just $10 away. Thank you so much. Yeah. Here's the thing. Do better. I'm not. If you want to sit there and you want to yell into the clouds and call me names and say all this shit, dude, you can do it. But I'm not going to listen to it, and I'm not going to hear it. So make up your mind. If you want to watch the show, watch the show. If you fucking hate it and you're going to call me names, then go away. That's about the bottom line. Jay Wills for $5. Come on, a second additional hour. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the 5. That means we're just 5 away, folks. Just 5 away. I was not hoping to end the show. I'm perfectly fine with extending it. I could end it right now. I could hit the end button right now, but I won't. I'll keep it going a few more minutes. We need to respond like Ted Nugent to the virus freaks. Oh, really? Let me check that out. Check the phone. Oh, look at that. Thank you so much, Jonathan Marcus. Thank you for another 10 on the Cash App. Thank you so much.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, with that $10 on $10 on PayPal or Cash App, I'm sorry. That means we are 95 away from a third additional hour. And I know I have to do the math here, so just give me a second. I'm going to do it step by step so I don't screw up. So we're 95 away. All right. And then we got a gifted membership from Cesium Cat. Thank you, Cesium Cat, for the gifted membership. And that gifted membership from Cesium Cat went to Gerard Bloker. Gerard Bloker got a gifted membership from Cesium Cat. So thank Gerard Bloker. Thanks, Cesium Cat. That means with that, we are $89 away from a third additional hour. And then we got a 5 from the other Gagax from Dan. Thank you so much. All right, that means we are now $84 away from adding a third additional hour. Thank you. Rally complete. Yes, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, it's crazy. Who called you names, Jim? You didn't see it. It's a guy in Rumble. Guy in Rumble. I didn't pull him up. I didn't show him because it was just kept going and going and going. It was like nonstop, like a non-fucking stop. Oh, let's see. Let's see what Uncle Ted has to say about these people trying to scare us.
Well, would you speak to the people who believe it is a worthwhile vaccine and it is saving lives? Are they just dead wrong? Are they been fed a line from the federal government?
Tim, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the people that went ahead and got the jab. I speak their language. I would speak to them thusly. Bah, 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 bah. They understand that.
Well, so all these millions of people that got the shots, they're just stupid?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, can't put that on. That'll get Joe Rogan claims everything. All right. Jump to this story here real quick, like in a hurry. President Trump gets revenge on Cassidy as he's ousted from the Louisiana primary. What's up, Sheep? Definitely. It's a song. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. The president called Cassidy a disloyal disaster and a sleazebag, terrible guy who's bad for Louisiana. Oh, I gotta update that goal over here on YouTube. I totally forgot. Let me do a new goal on YouTube for another hour. are currently $84 away from a third additional hour. So I'll start that. No, I can't. That's wrong. Remove goal. Remove goal. I have to restart it because that was wrong. It's 1 hour. That was weird. Why it did that? It started it wrong. All right, now it's good. Now I restarted it. All right. Oh, now it won't start. Are you serious? Sometimes YouTube does this stuff and it won't let you start the goal. It's about time. All right. Okay, looks good. All right. Good. All right. Finally got it in. Hey, Green Caps Lock, what's up? What's going on? Great to see you. Bill Cassidy spent 5 years trying to outlast his impeachment vote. On Saturday night in Louisiana, the clock ran out. The Louisiana Republican failed to make the runoff in Saturday's closed GOP primary, finishing third behind Trump-endorsed Rep. Julia Letlow and State Treasurer John Fleming, who advanced to the June 27th runoff. The result was a direct verdict on the vote Cassidy cast on February 2021 when he joined 6 other Republican senators in voting to convict Trump. With most of the votes counted, Letlow led with roughly 45%, nearly double Cassidy's share. From Southeast Louisiana, voting for Fleming. Well, I don't, So the Cassidy sat under 25%. The incumbent with 2 terms and a $20 million ad campaign and the backing of Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Hey, Vince, what's up? Great to see you tonight in the chat. Good to see you here. Finished last because no candidate cleared 50%. Letlow and Fleming advanced to the runoff. Trump backed Letlow and made clear before Election Day he wanted Cassidy gone. The president called Cassidy a disloyal disaster and a sleazebag, a terrible guy who was bad for Louisiana. Your screen is off? What do you mean my screen is off? You can't see me? What are you talking about? See La Nola. What are you guys talking about? Spam jam? What the fuck is going on? Okay. I was having an issue. I thought something was happening there. Cool. Bill Cassidy, after falsely using his relationship with me during his political career and winning elections, voted to impeach me on preposterous charges that were fake then and now. His disloyalty to the man who got him elected is now part of a legend. It's nice to see his political career is over. I'd like to thank the great people of the state of Louisiana for this big victory. It will only make me work even harder for your success. And all this comes with the love you all. Make America great again. There we go. Trump scores major Republican primary victory as Cassidy ousted. Check XDMs. Okay. You can see me. All right. Maybe just maybe just left article. Okay. I missed the blathering. Damn, needing food. Well, Oh, I think this is all right. You didn't mean Jim. Okay. Don't scare Jim with computer issues. Volcano, green lava, orange. Yeah, that make me freak out. Like I'm thinking something. Let me see here. So let's see. Do this. Play the video. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see if I find a video of Cassidy. So this is Representative Letlow.
It means everything to me to have the leader of the free world his endorsement. It's the most powerful endorsement in the world, and so to have his trust in me, not only did he encourage me to get
Might
into
as well.
this race, but also to have his complete and total endorsement has been wow, the honor of a lifetime.
Does it kind of set you apart? Is this primary in a way become a referendum on Donald Trump and who's his biggest supporter?
Well, you're not handed out an endorsement. You have to earn it. And it means everything to Louisianans. Trump's approval ratings are still 90% in Louisiana. We are huge fans of the president. And so, yes, to have his belief and his endorsement means everything in this race.
This primary between you, Senator Cassidy, and the state treasurer Fleming has gotten a little nasty, a little negative, let's say. And we've heard the senator criticize you over stock trading and over your past position on DEI. I'd like to give you a chance to defend yourself.
Sure. Well, it's all baseless attacks, desperate attacks, if you will. Back in 2020, whenever DEI was introduced to us, we had no idea what it was back then. And I quickly witnessed it. I was in higher education at the time. I quickly witnessed the left completely hijack it, turn it into this Marxist, leftist indoctrination of our children. And so when I got to Congress for the last 5 years, I've been fighting against it. It's why I authored the Parents' Bill of Rights that passed through the House to get DEI out of our K through 12 programs. I was so proud to help co-sponsor the End Woke in Higher Education Act and to strip it out of our military as well. So grateful that we've been able to fight hard against DEI. Go look at my record on DEI. I would love to continue that good work over in the Senate. And as far as stock trading goes, that is absolutely false. My accounts have always been held by a third party. That's very important to me. I had give them no direction on what to do with that account. I believe in full transparency. I actually support the No Insider Trading Act. Nobody in public service should be profiting off of public service, in my opinion. So it was a reporting error on my financial advisor's part. And once I
Reporting
realized
error. That
that
doesn't
had
sound
happened,
good.
I quickly remedied it. It has
Quickly
never
remedied
happened
it.
since.
Never happened since. Okay.
There's a good chance nobody's going to crack 50% in this primary. I'm wondering, does it matter if you make it to the second round? Does it matter who you face off against?
Well, hope springs eternal. I believe that the people of Louisiana are ready to send a conservative senator to Washington, one that they will never have to worry. That I know who I represent. I represent the people of Louisiana. This is not my seat; it's their seat, and I will never waver. And I will always.
I don't know
have
anything
forefront
about
in
this
my
woman
mind in
at
every
all.
decision that I make and every vote that I take, that I represent the people of Louisiana.
And if this does go to a runoff, I'm assuming you want to see the president down here campaigning with you.
Oh gosh, that would be amazing. Anytime you could have the president in Louisiana. We love him in Louisiana. Please, yes.
Oh, okay. So Trump-backed candidate Letlow says president's endorsement means everything in the race. 5.5 years ago, President Trump, in his speech about, they're going to show the planes now on Fox. What happened? This is a longer video of those planes. Maybe we will watch this. Hold on. This is a longer video of the planes. What are you doing? A 44-second video of the plane. Wow. They're lucky they didn't land in the fire like where the planes landed. They came pretty close to landing where the fire was. Wasn't really that big of an important thing, that extra thing. So let's see here. Trump-backed Letlow and Treasurer Top Cassidy, I'm sorry. With most results tabulated, Letlow stood at 45, Fleming at 28, Cassidy under 25. While he wasn't on the ballot, Trump is a winner, and a primary in a solidly red state was the latest test of endorsements in the GOP primary races. So there's Cassidy. Okay, let's look at Cassidy here. All right, let's look at Cassidy here. All right, now look at him. Now I want to show you who I think Cassidy looks like. All right, in my opinion. Now this looks more like Cassidy, if you ask me. Right? Isn't that Cassidy? Right there? He's gay, maybe. I thought Johnson was from Louisiana. Speaker Johnson's from Louisiana. John Kennedy, I believe, is from Louisiana, and I believe so was Cassidy. So we'll see who it is. Yeah. Right? Same guy, isn't it? Same guy. Right? Same guy, isn't it? Is it the same guy? Clue Battery says, when I was in the Air Force, we had a pilot had to eject on takeoff, killed by being dragged into the fire. Low altitude ejections are a crapshoot. Yeah, it looked bad, man. It looked bad. Don't insult the foe that way. Okay, sorry. I'm just here voting our old Congress people out. That's been in there forever. Well, that's what I advise. We need some new blood in there. Get the people out. Get the people out. That's what I say. Get them all out. Get them all out. Hold on one second. Yeah, split second ejections. Yeah, it looks like the plane above flew into the wake turbulence of the lower plane. It looks to me, it looked like they got stuck on each other almost or something. You want Marcy Captor gone? Yeah, split second ejections. Damn, yeah, 2 terms and out. Could be. Sent you the best angle of the crash on X. Okay, we look for it right now. We look for it right now. From Bricksuit says best angle of the midair collision in Idaho. Oh, this is a better angle. Yes, definitely a better angle. Definitely. Definitely a better angle. Definitely a better angle. Better angle. Trailing plane on the right appears to have descended onto the plane below, perhaps after losing sight of it in a blind spot. Wow.
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh shit.
Oh shit is right.
Okay,
Wow.
we got 4 parachutes. We got 4 parachutes.
Wow. And yeah, so they're just cruising along. I want to know who the pilots were. I'd like to see a picture of the pilots just to know if they are possibly how do you do that?
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh shit. Okay, we got 4 parachutes. We got 4 parachutes.
Wow. And this just says MAGA victory. Think about race cars, the slingshot. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, mere inches would have blocked either aircraft being able to eject. Yeah, it could have been. It could have been bad. The bottom plane's vertical stabilizer spearing the joining plane. It's amazing they were able to eject. Someone is playing with you. Never rejoin. Belly up. What do you mean? Who's playing with me? What are you talking about? It's a lose-lose in Kentucky this time around. You think so? Oh, you're talking about with Massey? Or are you talking about, well, who's running for the Senate? Who's running for the Senate? Oh yeah, that's right. They fucking some Mitch McConnell guy is running for the Senate. I like Defoe running through the jungle scene. Yeah. It's called a hookup. Yeah. Off by degrees. Yeah. Yeah. He's stuck right between the twin tails. It's crazy they all ejected. Top guy, lots of titanium and air. When one fighter jet loves another jet very much, that's what happens. Yes. The trailing plane effed up big time. Massey needs a message sent to him. Yeah, well. So Rhino Senator Cassidy humiliated and ousted, finishes dead last in primary. I mean, to me, that woman almost looks like it could be. All right, now this picture of Cassidy does look a hell of a lot like that laughing face picture of Defoe. But that almost looks like Debbie Wasserboard Schultz. Talking about Massey and his Rhino opponent. Yeah, who's the Senate race there too seems like lose-lose to me. So Julie Letlow, state treasurer, have advanced to the runoff. Cassidy, a 3-term incumbent. I thought he was only a 2-term incumbent. Voted to convict President Trump. Drain the swamp, get rid of Cassidy. Trump called Letlow a total winner. Cassidy's been defeated. Cassidy voted to convict Trump. Louisiana will now elect a new senator in November. So here's Cassidy talking.
The Constitution in our country is more important than any one person. I voted to convict President Trump because he is guilty.
No. You thought he was only 2 as well? Oh, crap. I forgot at 4 hours that Instagram ended. I forgot to do that anyway. If you're on Instagram, it's too late. You can't even see me. So we're going to have to remove. Okay, and save. Sorry, Instagram people. I totally forgot. Rhinos and traders got to flush them all out. That's right, Doc. They all gots to go. They all gots to go. They all gots to go. They think they can go now. And it's just everywhere, here. Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who voted to convict Trump, loses Louisiana primary. His political career is over. Oh, that's John Kennedy's going to talk. Let's see what John Kennedy has to say in a minute here. Senator Cassidy was denied a 3rd term. Yes, he wasn't a 3rd-term incumbent. He was a 2-term incumbent. He's projected to finish third behind Trump-endorsed Letlow. Uh-oh. Better get Letlow. The same ad twice? Seriously? With 92% of the vote in, Letlow was leading with 44.8%. Fleming was in 3rd. Bill Cassidy voted to impeach me on preposterous charges. They were fake then, fake now, criminally insane. All right, let's do this.
Louisiana.
Let's see the other Republican senator from Louisiana. What he's got to say. He's always got some clever things to say.
Republican senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy. Senator, I have been reading a lot about how Donald Trump's popularity is
impeachment.
Down, and
he voted to convict him.
He
was a traitor for January 6th.
So what happened in Louisiana last night?
Well, Peter, here's the way I see it. Unless you're God's perfect idiot, the result was predictable. Ground control to Major Tom. The polls have shown for well over a year that Senator Cassidy was in trouble. I think the president's endorsement of Congresswoman Letlow was sort of the icing on the cake. Bill knew that, but he decided to run anyway. I respect that. I thank him for his service. He was very gracious in his concession speech. We now got a runoff between 2 fine people. For what it's worth, I don't plan to get involved. A wise man once said nothing. Why? Because he's a wise man. But I don't plan on weighing in You know, if one of them starts talking about my mama, I might, but otherwise, I'm just going to vote like everybody else.
And I think without asking you to weigh in on the specific candidate, it seems like this kind of supercharges Donald Trump's political, the whole political operation, or it at least reminds people that there is a president who is just a few thousand feet away from where we are sitting here right now, who still has a lot of juice.
A lot of juice.
Well, of course, President Trump's endorsement of Congresswoman Letlow made a big difference. But I'll tell you, there was
Like a
another
puppy
difference.
pissing
My
up a
people
pump handle.
are kind of angry right now. The political establishment at the state level put up 5 constitutional amendments and put a lot of juice behind them, and the people said no, not just by a couple of points, by an overwhelming majority. My people were also kind of angry about the election. We've always had about the process. We've always had open primaries, and our legislature went to closed primaries, and a lot of voters went to the polls this time, and they weren't allowed to vote for the candidate of their choice. They had to pick one of the 2 primaries to vote in. And there was a little bit of confusion at the election because the legislature postponed our congressional elections, but went forward with the Senate election. But look, President Trump's endorsement had a huge impact. There's no question about that. But there were other factors, and as I said, Bill's been in trouble politically for over a year, and he knew that. And I don't think anybody was especially surprised, especially after President Trump weighed in.
Yep, that's right. I was told. What is this? What the hell is this? I was told by above average people that Trump was irrelevant. No one liked him anymore, and America First was the new MAGA. Yeah. Let's say fun fact: Kennedy went to Oxford for grad school, and even though it's become ultra woke, his former college voted him as best U.S. politician has done for a few years in the Alumni magazine. Are you hiding the juice? Yeah, what's it say? Well, C.W. Noski is rated to stream. Let's see who that is. Let's see what stream that is. I don't even know. Let's see. The Quiet Part Pod is rated to stream. Well, thank you so much, Quiet Part Pod. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. 8-Bit Gamer says, gay, everything is gay. Well, it can be. Can be. Yeah, Green Sirens. Yes, definite raid. Thank you so much over there on the Rumble raid. Where are the Jews? Yes, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Thank you so much. So, Bill Cassidy voted to impeach me. Yes, we saw all this stuff. So this guy, he's going to go. He's going away. Beyond the impeachment vote, Cassie also called on Trump to drop out of the 2024 election in the wake of his indictment on charges of hoarding national security documents at Mar-a-Lago. He wasn't hoarding anything. So House Speaker Johnson, the most powerful Pelican stater in Washington, admitted Wednesday that the three-cornered fight left him in an awkward situation, saying Letlow was like a sister to me, and noting that Fleming had preceded him in representing Louisiana's 4th district. Wait, what? Okay, Letlow had been a front runner in the GOP primary. Okay, this is scary looking. This picture is scary looking. She's got braces? She's got freaking braces? How old is she? Come on. Really? Come on. All right. And then that's crazy. Why would you have braces? How old are you? 12? All right. Next story. She's 12. Yeah. Got a rant. Okay. Awesome. I like rants. We got there we go. We got a $1 rant from 8-Bit Gamer. Says, cheer up, heroes. Well, thank you. And a mile of teeth. Yes, that means right now we are only $83 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much for being so generous tonight. She's an educator. Oh, God. Is she in the union? Look at the length of her smile. Don't they have Invisalign for that? The screen thing, yeah. She needs those braces. Hey, what's up, LNDA, Linda, Raging Heart? Thank you for being here. Please hit the like, please subscribe to the people here. If you don't know, you can please hit that like button and please subscribe to the channel. It really helps out a lot. Please become a member. Trying to appeal to the Epstein class. Ooh, maybe. So Trump threatens to back primary challenge against carpetbagger Rep. Lauren Boebert over her support for Thomas Massie. There's always a little something about her, like I wouldn't mind going to see a movie or play with her, though. From what I understand, she's a great date, if you catch my drift. Trump has threatened to back a primary challenger against Lauren Boebert over her support for Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie. She's finally getting her pretty face. Only took 30 years. Wow. Despite Trump's fervent opposition to Massie, Boebert has supported his primary campaign for re-election. Below is my friend, Thomas Massie. He loves America and is fighting to save it. Why does he vote with Democrats all the time? Why is he being supported by all Democrats? I mean, he's being supported basically by Mother Jones and Act Blue, and all his money's coming from out of state. It's crazy. Below is my friend, President Trump. I support both these men. Well, guess what? Why the long face, Lauren? I mean, look at this picture and then look at the picture with Trump. Something like, I don't know. She must have did something in this picture on the left to change the shape of her face with filters or something. Shouldn't she be jerking off her new boyfriend in the theater again? Well, that's why I said I would gladly go to the theater with her. No problem, Ank. Great to see you. You're out of here. Good night. All right, Ank. Thanks for being here. More teeth. Yeah. Posting on Truth, Trump described Boebert as a carpetbagger and said he could withdraw his support from her. That's Massie before he sold out. Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. Is anyone interested in running against weak-minded Lauren Boebert in Colorado's 4th district? You remember Lauren moved to that district when it became obvious that she couldn't win in her original district. A carpetbagger indeed. Boebert's campaigning for the worst Republican congressman in history. Massie of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, and anyone who can be that dumb deserves a good primary fight. She's hot, but looks weird with the forced smile. Yeah. Even though I long ago endorsed Boebert, if the right person came along, it would be my honor to withdraw the endorsement, endorse a good and proper alternative. Boebert performed what we in the industry call a CLM, or career-limiting move. Yeah. I'm convinced the DS killed her. Do you have more viewers here on Rumble? I have more viewers on YouTube than on Rumble. On Rumble, I only have 49 people watching. I have 149 people on YouTube watching. They just gave clemency to someone in Colorado. Yeah, they gave clemency to Tina Peters. We covered it the other night, I believe. We covered it when it happened. I think it was Friday and Saturday we talked about it. President Trump threatens to primary challenge Boebert over endorsement of Massie. Yeah. Someone needs to. Trump can't run. You got only one. Yeah, kick only one. That's right. But you're the most important one over there, Kofi. Never been on Rumble, but heard it's popular. It's I don't know, man. Rumble's where people go when they get kicked off of YouTube. Basically, Rumble to me is. I mean, I stream there, but it's just Rumble viewers are better. Sure. Yeah, it's been. I have so much trouble. I just can't seem to gain followers. It takes me I gain for every one follower I gain on Rumble, I gain 5 on YouTube. Yeah, Rand and Massie both have the same problem. You lost 4 days of news. You're so behind. Yeah, Tina Peters was granted clemency. She'll be released June 1st. Word is that Rand Paul and Lauren Boebert, 2 very difficult and highly unreasonable Republican votes, are right now in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, which I won by 31 points, parading around like fools for the worst Republican congressman in the history of our party. YouTube has more bots. I don't know about that. Rumble is where you don't have to talk like a child with unalive and BS. Rumble is where all the cool kids hang out. Okay, man. I like both platforms. I stream on both. I don't like Facebook at all. Well, I also stream on Facebook. Ghetto Strong. Yeah, you guys are strong in the ghetto. His name is Thomas Massey. He's a disloyal, ungracious, sanctimonious fool who almost never votes even for even the best Republican values. The Michael says Trump's new pastime is insider trading and attacking the Freedom Caucus. Well, I don't know about the insider trading. Rumble is where the aliens would contact first. Tina Peters has been a political prisoner for 4.5 years. That is true. That is true. She has. Yeah. I don't know. Ed Galrain is a farmer from Kentucky and a military hero. No. I mean, I don't know enough about the guy. I know that he was like a Green Beret or a Navy SEAL or something. So thank you for your service. I've never got kicked off YouTube. I reject YouTube because they censor people, or did during COVID. Rumble was a new kid on the block, but I think it sucks. Well, they're there. When the chips are on the line, one vote can block the DNC agenda. You can count on Massey to stab you in the back. That's the problem. He's going to vote with his best buddy. He's going to vote with his best bud. Yeah, Trump calls him a disloyal, shyster lawyer. So the primary election for Kentucky's 4th district will take place on Tuesday. This is going to be a very interesting. The race is too close to call. It's going to be a very interesting thing. If Thomas Massey loses, that means Trump is the power in the Republican Party, and people are going to have to recognize. Trump attacks Boebert for campaigning for Massey, calls for a primary challenger. Oh, there she is. Look at her. Oh, yeah, I'm going to campaign for Tom Massey. Yeah, with my phony cowboy hat on. All right. Next story we're going to talk about is this border wall construction. They're claiming there's a whole thing going on with the border right now. The U.S. government is trying to get the Catholic diocese down there in Texas to release the land that they bought up along the border so that they could build the wall. They're trying to bar the government from building the wall because they bought the land so that they could let the illegals come in. AIPAC has spent like $20 million to try and beat him. Yeah, but how much money did he get from Iran PAC? You didn't know that, did you? That Massey's got like $20 million from the Iranians. He's A+. He's the only Republican that gets money from the Iranians. Did you know that? I mean, isn't that a problem? How is that America first to be supporting what Iran wants you to do? It's not. All hat, no cattle. Just saying. So U.S.-Mexico border wall construction is desecrating sacred sites, indigenous leaders say. Yeah, sacred sites for them to sneak across the border.
Estamos en las faldas del Cerro Cuchuma.
This is sacred for us. This is how we sneak across the border.
Cerro Cuchuma es una montaña sagrada para nosotros los cumbia. Van a poner la línea, ¿no? Divisoria, creo. Creo que va a ser doble porque está muy amplio lo que están cortando. Nosotros queremos que se solucione, que pongan su línea, pero que no destruyan.
They are wounding the mountain. These people, they're wounding the mountain. Hey, how about you go fuck yourself? And with your fake, made up shit. We're wounding the mountain. Suck a dick.
Que no escarben, que no saquen, que no corten, porque es una herida que le están haciendo a la montaña. Lo están hiriendo, lo están destruyendo. Es lo que no queremos. Pues es una humillación más de tanto que hemos sufrido en la historia.
It's humiliating for us to have a border and to tell them to get the fuck out. I've had it with these people. I have. I've had it with these people. Sorry. They need to be removed if they take money from other countries and Congress and senators, both of them not working for American citizens. I agree. Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't sell it to us. We have the receipt. Yeah, it's going to be humiliating when you get thrown out. Beat it. Just beat it.
De mis antepasados, que siga pasando esa humillación. El final, ¿no? El final de nuestra historia, el final de nuestro orgullo, quizás también. Todo eso va con
Can't speak
pisoteados,
English, Violet. Yeah, well,
Pues es triste que estén desbaratando la montaña.
they're ruining
Pues
the
vamos a
mountain.
seguir a ver hasta dónde llegamos.
They're ruining it. I don't buy any of this. I don't buy any of this at all. Yeah, the border wall should be made a national monument with each mile named after a U.S. citizen murdered by an illegal. Well, they would actually probably have to make it. They would probably have to make it a lot less than every mile, because the reports came out that 14,000 people were murdered. 14,000 homicides were committed by illegal aliens in 2024 in the U.S. out of 20,000 total homicides. Let that sink in. 14,000 out of 20,000 were committed by illegal aliens. These natives don't consider themselves Americans. Yeah, no, they consider themselves Mexicans. Claim 9 on your taxes, take the shoe boxes of money. They don't have enough miles to do that. No, they don't have enough miles to name them all after them. That's what I'm saying. That's a hill, not a mountain. Yes, it is. This is crazy.
Porque el destino es el destino. Pero la lucha no vamos a parar hasta ver a dónde llegamos.
Destiny is destiny. Yeah. Well, how does it sound? No. Tecate, Mexico. White sage burning. Norma Mezcales gathers guests at a Mexican wellness resort in a semicircle facing the Cuchamacha Mountains, asking everyone to close their eyes and feel its presence. Seriously? You're going to make me get a free account? No, I'll go to AZ Central then, whatever. See the historic site threatened by Trump's border wall construction. Let her keep the dirt. Yeah, give her some dirt. Then make a big, beautiful northern wall as well. I agree. They learned the sage crap from Europeans. All the hills in South Florida are landfills. Yeah, well, sounds Aztec or Mayan. Yeah, well. Learn to use archive. It doesn't work anymore. I can't archive anything. It won't let me archive anything. It just spins and spins and spins and then rejects and doesn't work. I don't know what's wrong with it. I can't get it. They couldn't be trusted not to enter our country, so they left us no choice. That's right. Leaders are demanding answers from federal. Are you serious? Another? Okay, well, whatever. I guess we're not reading this fucking story. So, in Arizona and Sunland Park in New Mexico's border cruise, there's this year set off blast on Mount Cristo Rey, a pilgrimage site topped by limestone's crucifix. Oh, so it's a limestone crucifix. So it's boo-hoo, build the wall. We have to take pictures and screenshots before they're deleted. You know they're going to try to rewrite history. Yeah, they will. So the Diocese of Las Cruces have asked the judge this month to deny the land transfer as an affront to religious liberties. Because, yes, the Roman Catholic Church bought this land to try and stop them from doing it, because they can say, no, it's for our religious stuff. They put a cross there. In Western Texas, the federal government notified ranchers of its interest in their land that contains canyon land pictographs and petroglyphs. Oh, well, there are pictographs, paintings of shaman figures. Okay, so what? Oh, well. CBP says it recognizes the importance of natural and cultural resources, working to minimize construction impact. CBP also says that 535 miles of remote, rugged border terrain will solely rely on detection technology. Many tribes would refer that to walls. Well, yeah, they don't want walls because then they can sneak through. You love hot dirt. That's why you go to the beach. Oh, the Catholic Church, the people helping finance the invaders. Cute. Yeah, it's crazy, right? So tribes along the border all experience the same tragic desecration of our cultural sacred sites. Well, my country's being desecrated by fucking illegal aliens, and I want it to stop, so the wall's going up. It's a great example of the federal government not following federal laws. Oh, really? Desecrating a sacred Native American site is a felony punishable by imprisonment and fines. The Park Service listed Cuchamacha Mountains, also called Tecate Peak, in the National Registry of Historic Places, giving it limited protection. Yeah, well, it's not protected from the federal government building a fucking wall to keep illegals out. Sorry, buddy. Sarah Levia Brightwood Sheckley said her father, Esmond Sheckley, felt the mountain's healing energy when he arrived. I'm not gonna entertain any of this insanity. The mountain's healing energy. He was a Hungarian Jewish refugee during World War II and started a renowned wellness resort, which she now runs. Fuck off. Have a nice day. Meza leads walks to Rancho La Puerta to teach guests about Cuchamacha. So a Jewish refugee during World War II who built this resort is somehow telling us it's a fucking Indian burial site or something. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, you can't sit on the fence, pick a side and stay there. It's sad they're ruining the mountain. Let's see how far they go. Destiny is destiny, but the fight's not over. Yeah, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. Wow. We got this news from K10 saying that as global crises multiply, scores of U.S. diplomats say they've been forced out. That's right, because the State Department has just forced out 250 career State Department scumbag deep staters who are trying to subvert Marco Rubio's will as Secretary of State. I'm tired of everyone defrauding American citizens. Yeah, me too. Navarone, greatest mountain force. The guns of Navarone. Amid ongoing foreign policy crises around the globe, the Trump administration struggles to deal with. The State Department last week finalized the firings of 250 Foreign Service officers in a brief impersonal email. Yeah, the email said, "You're fired. Fuck off." Yeah, $800 to $1,000 a night to stay at there. Oh yeah, so it's really something. A wall desecrates, people defecating all over the place while illegals crossing. Oh, okay, miss me with that bullshit. Build the freaking wall. That's what I'm saying. North America and Europe are in the crosshairs of the bankers. It's a 100-year plan. Yeah, they're trying to take us all out. Reduction in forced separation will be effective today. Thank you again for your service. The rifts, which were initiated last July, also impacted more than 1,000 civil service officers and saw the firings of entire staffs and offices that former officials say would have been able to provide guidance on the war in Iran. We don't need any guidance from these people. We elected people to run the country. We don't need unelected assholes telling us what to do. Germany was destroyed by these efforts. Yeah. Now the Dems are using the indigenous against Trump. Yep, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Yeah, they just found some crazy leftist organization to sue, and that the Dems are pushing because the VA is no longer doing abortions. Why would the VA do any abortions? That doesn't make any sense. The Hyde Amendment bars federal dollars from going for abortions, but yet somehow they were using the VA for abortions. Well, the Iran war is making bankers lose a ton of money because they no longer have a monopoly on insuring the boats. We're taking that money from them. I hope so. Sounds like a good plan to me. Sounds like it could be a good plan. Wow, we're at 4.5 hours right now, folks. And just to let everybody know, we have approximately 20 minutes left on the goal. And right now we are still $83 away from adding a third additional hour. So if you were thinking of having another hour, you might want to get cracking. We were always the muscle. Now we're just getting paid for it too. So beyond the firing, scores of experienced Foreign Service officers with decades of experience have retired. Good. Get them all out. We need new people. I'll take a job. Put me in there, coach. I'm ready to make deals and tell them all to suck it. Yeah. There's no upward assignments or promotion like ambassadorships available for career diplomats, leaving them with no options in an up or out system. Pay him so I can raid. Well, I'm not going to end. You can go ahead and raid Third Ralify. I'll still be going probably for at least 20 minutes to a half hour. It was just unprecedented numbers of people choosing to leave. They retired. This guy retired after 36 years in foreign service. He should have retired 16 years ago. Smash those buttons and donate if you can. The American Foreign Service Association estimates that roughly 2,000 foreign service officers left the State Department last year. Good. More. Meanwhile, more than 100 ambassador posts around the world, including the Middle East and Ukraine, do not have a Senate-confirmed ambassador. Why is that? Why is that? Why don't we have any Senate confirmed? Oh, because the fucking Senate ain't doing their job. That's right. Because the Senate is not confirming people. We have scumbags like Cassidy. And what's the other guy's name from North Carolina? What was his name again? Damn it, I can't even think of his name. What is his name? That guy. Who's not running for re-election because Trump was because he was another person that voted to convict Trump. I can't think of his name. And most sensitive diplomatic negotiations on fraud topics like ending the war in Iran are being led by business associates and family members. Oh, well, Durham, not Durham. No, his name. What the hell is his name? Thom, something or other. Thom. THOM something. Thom. Taken together, the actions represent what former diplomats say is a systemic hollowing out of the State Department. Good. Marco Rubio on his first day pledged to empower. Yes. I think historians will look back on this period as one of the great unforced errors. Oh, well, who cares? Tillis. Yeah, Thom Tillis. Thom Tillis. Yeah, that's his name. Thom Tillis. Yeah, raid, bring it. Thom Tillis. Our reorganization eliminated redundant positions, streamlined efforts, and reduced unnecessary bureaucracy. Get rid of the bureaucracy. This Pigot said that rifts are not having any negative impact on our ability to respond to operations. Burr was North Carolina. Isn't Tillis North Carolina too? We've been able to respond quicker and more effectively. Eric Holmgren was a career officer who had worked around the world, including Russia and Mexico. His last assignment was serving as Director of Office for Energy Diplomacy for the Middle East. The Bureau of Energy Resources, which housed the Office of Energy Diplomacy, was eliminated as part of reorganization. Good. His entire staff in his office was fired. Good. Said that critical capabilities of the Bureau of Energy were moved to the Bureau of Economic and Energy and Business Affairs. The House Foreign Affairs Committee last week voted for bipartisan legislation which revived the Bureau of Energy Security. He voted nay in both, though, did he? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't like him, though. Burr was at the North Carolina that voted to convict. Okay. Holmgren noted that the work of the Bureau and experts who worked there would have been highly relevant in helping to advise. Whatever. I don't care. Okay. So this is just all these people. They want more bureaucrats, people running things that are unanswerable to the American people. That's what they want. Said the State Department's energy policy teams are performing better than ever, coordinating the release of strategic reserves with allies and partners in response to Iran's attacks. Tillis was one of 3 Republicans that voted against the big, beautiful bill. Yeah. Do they need some of these ambassadors? Perhaps Trump has discovered some cannot be trusted. Other countries can always phone the White House directly. That's the thing. The reason we needed ambassadors years ago is because you couldn't communicate. You needed people there to represent you. We really don't anymore. Really, you need ambassadors. You really don't, because they could just pick up the phone and call the White House. Oh, these sound like a lot of made-up jobs, just a waste of time and money. They are. Trump called them out on the big beautiful bill and announced he would not seek re-election. Yeah. Former officials argue that when the U.S. was working to evacuate stranded Americans in the Middle East, they could have used the expertise and knowledge of the career staff, including those who have been riffed. Yeah. Yeah, like they did a lot of great work with all the people being evacuated from Afghanistan when they were hanging on the planes and falling to the ground, right? They did great work there. Great work. Throughout the region and the world, there's significant absence of confirmed ambassadors. According to the American Foreign Service, 115 of 195 ambassador posts are vacant. In many countries, if the head of the embassy is not a confirmed ambassador, they may not have access to the senior level officials in that government. Oh, well. Asked about a large number of vacant posts. The president has the right to determine who represents the American people and interests around the world. The transition away from Biden-era ambassadors is not news, nor should be surprising. The department has confidence in our ability to communicate with our counterparts around the world and advance the national interest. This is all on John Thune and the scumbag rhinos in the Senate that they haven't confirmed these people. And those embassies without a Senate approved ambassador experience charged the affairs lead to missions. Many former officials note the administration has largely spurned the inclusion of career personnel in key diplomatic crises. Yeah, Shirley Temple was an ambassador. Yeah. Embassies, yes, we should have in any place we have any base. Former officials say the lack of appreciation for experience and preference of fealty, in the words of Bass, has created an environment meant to drive who? Is that Karen Bass? You're going to have a lot of people who are doing really fantastic work. I don't think so. I think they've been doing shitty work. Under Secretary Rubio's leadership, the change was thoughtfully done in a way that mirrors best practices from across government, makes the reviews actually meaningful. Well, good. Hillary's State Department lost $6 billion in the time she ran it, yet no investigation. Yeah, because it all went to Hillary. It all went to Hillary. We have a fundamental goal to implement President Trump's America First foreign policy. That's right. They're trying to use that again to force people into retirement because those folks who are still able to work or still want to work, they're not finding positions. Well, that's right. If you ain't got no job, you got to go. They want to set up professionals in the field who are only going to do what they're told, will not push back on decisions, who are not going to provide alternative viewpoints. Who served as U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan, Turkey, and Georgia. Well, you know what, Bass? Suck a dick. Beat it. Foreign service is an apprenticeship profession. You can't just drop someone in from the outside. Why not? But they've been doing such a shitty job. I'm just thinking of the good ship Lollipop. Yeah. The hollowing out of foreign service may be felt by everyday Americans. I don't think so. They're saying that they have. Just look at this fucking guy. He said, most Americans don't have a strong opinion on the foreign service because they rarely interact with us. We're largely invisible to their daily lives, but we have a profound effect on this country's prosperity. The trade deals we negotiate, the American businesses we promote. The only person who negotiates trade deals is the president of the United States. He negotiates the trade deals. He has trade people doing it. He couldn't trust you people. You guys negotiated shit deals. That's the problem. Shit deals. Shit deals. That's what you guys negotiated. Oh, well. Oh, yeah. A global crisis multiplies. Dozens of U.S. diplomats say they've been forced to resign. Oh, well, have a good day. Then we got this story. As electric bills rise, some states are focusing on the growing profits of utilities. Yeah, they're not focusing on their regulations and restrictions that are causing the prices to go up. They're just blaming it on the utilities. The artificial intelligence boom is leading to fights in some states over the growing utility profits. As governors, attorney generals, and others protesting rising electricity bills say cash-strapped residents are stuck in a broken system. Who broke the system? Don't hold back. Tell us how you feel. I'm trying. I try to keep it as fair as possible, but sometimes I just get a little bit upset. Officials and lawmakers in at least 6 states, including Arizona, Indiana, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. So let's see here. You got Maryland, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. And Arizona, all led by demon rats. So Indiana's the only one that's surprising, but surprised Mike Pence probably had a lot of deals that fuck shit up there. They're going to new lengths to try to block rate increases proposed by utilities. Some are pressing utilities to completely change their model for financing major system upgrades. Surprised Duke Energy isn't on a list. Well, these are just the states. Attorney General of Arizona, Chris Mays, a demon rat who's seeking re-election, is challenging 2 utility rate increases. I felt like it's never been more important to stand up against blatant corporate greed. Well, then when they go, oh, why is our energy out? Why are we losing power? Why is stuff? Because we haven't been able to get the money to actually repair stuff. The voracious energy demands of AI data centers have driven up electric prices in some regions and launched a money-making energy sector construction boom. For years, consumer advocates have tried to challenge the size of a utility's investment return in front of regulators. But maybe not like this, consumer advocates say. We've entered in this era of expensive energy and demand growth, and we're seeing utilities profit at record highs and rising bills. Utilities had long viewed as a stable haven for investors with a reliable source of income and predictable demand. But of that lower risk, the utility sector investment returns are typically on the lower end compared to other sectors. However, utilities, many are owned by multi-billion-dollar for-profit parent companies, have seen price perform particularly well during the data center expansion. The investment returns for utilities get from regulators aren't the sole reason consumers' bills are rising, but research suggests they are a contributing factor. The Energy and Policy Institute issued a report saying that the profits for 110 for-profit utilities rose from under $39 billion to over $52 billion in 2024. Mark Ellis, a former utility executive turned consumer advocate, said about 10% of the typical consumer bill is what he called for-profit utility excess profit above what might be considered reasonable. Instead of regulators setting returns about what the market may require, utilities should instead shop for the lowest cost investor cash, much like someone might shop for the lowest interest rate on a loan. Sounds like a lot of communism talk to me. I don't know. That's an action that's aiming to address the deep social disagreements we have about who should benefit from essential infrastructure. But it's not going to be addressed the key challenge of the electricity sector is facing. This sounds like, Marx makes stuff expensive. Sounds to me like they don't want the utility to actually, because this is what happened in California. They won't let them spend any money, raise rates to actually get the money to keep things repaired and actually fix stuff. And that's why they have all these fires and all these problems and electricity goes out. We don't grow electricity. No, you don't. So affordability is probably the number one issue the executive investors are thinking. Well, the problem is, as the cost of the stuff that goes in, if they're using natural gas for these peaker plants, the cost of natural gas increased dramatically as we started selling it all over the Eastern Europe as LNG because of the Ukraine war, because they tried to force everybody to not buy anything from Russia. So that caused all our natural gas prices to go up. So that caused all our electricity rates to rise. I mean, our electricity went through the roof starting in 2022. That's the bottom line. And it hasn't gone down really. It's crazy. Utilities point to the federal data showing that home electricity bills as a proportion of household income have fallen in the past couple decades. They defend the investment returns they are granted by state regulators as critical to raising the cash they need to appropriately maintain the grids. I mean, our grids are falling apart. They need to be fixed. Like, the bottom line is, at some point, we're all going to eat this because all they do is keep bandaging things together. I mean, the worst case scenario is look at Puerto Rico's electricity grid. Is that what you want the whole U.S. to be like? Because we're getting there. We're getting to be on the level. I was thinking we need more windmills. Oh, okay. They also warn that investors will simply send their cash to utilities in other states that promise higher returns. Earlier this month, the New Jersey board launched what the president called one of the most consequential regulatory reviews in a generation to question how utilities should earn revenue in a modern energy system. In recent weeks, Judge Shapiro pressured PECO, the Philadelphia area subsidiary of Exelon, to withdraw a 12.5% rate increase or $20 per month extra for the average customer. Shapiro, a Demon rat running for re-election, then issued a letter to the utilities taking a whack at utility profits and saying the 20th century utility model is broken. It can no longer simply prioritize corporate profitability to drive infrastructure development. Oh, well, who's going to pay for it then? Who's going to pay for it? How are you going to improve infrastructure if you don't have any money? Called the Quaker State sticker shock, and a share of prices of companies that own Pennsylvania-based utilities lagging their peers. For its part, Exelon, the Chicago-based parent company of Commonwealth Edison, PECO, Baltimore Gas and Electric, and several other utilities, emphasized that recognizing the importance of affordability. Exelon's president told analysts on its first quarter earnings call that it committed to justifying what it spends and keeping energy bills as low as possible. Hey, if you could partner with us to address the affordability issue and lean in, timing is not the best right now. Indiana Governor Mike Braun appointed a new slate of utility commissioners with the mission to face down rate increases. As part of AES Indiana, whose parent company is being taken private in a $33 million deal led by BlackRock, sought a 10% return on its cash. Inskeep said 8% return instead of 10.7 would slash proposed rate increases nearly in half. So a 14% increase could be dramatically reduced if companies simply paid the cost. If companies are simply paid the cost to maintain reliable service. Well, where are they going to get the money from? Who's going to pay them the cost? The government's going to pay them the cost to maintain a reliable service? Oh, we got a raid. It says raid. Third Rallify has raided the stream. Thank you, guys. Wow. Thank you so much. Raid. Wow. That raid brought us up to a total of 52 people on Rumble. Wow. Thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. Yay, Bellicam. Yeah, reality is coming. Awesome. Welcome, Raiders. We have known the grid was boned, but passing the buck or burying heads in the sand seemed to be eternal. States could step up. Who am I kidding? Yeah. What's up? 52 pickup. What's up, man? Build a northern wall and keep the snow Mexicans out. I agree. What's up, Third Rallify? Great to see you. Yes. Rogue Nina, what's up? Great to see you. Kankiko Man, great to see you. Yes. So that's what they're talking about. Oh, check it out. The Trump administration promotes a program to check voter eligibility. Critics fear midterm purge. Topeka, Kansas. Even as Demon Rat officials fight the effort in court, the Trump administration has run millions of voter registrations through government databases to determine their eligibility process. Critics warn it could end up purging valid voters. 67 million registrations, primarily from Republican-controlled states, have gone through beefed-up verification proceedings. The scanning of state voter rolls at the national level is part of a broader effort by President Donald Trump to protect the election from scams. Yeah. Voting and civil rights advocates say the DHS system is error prone. Oh, well then fix it. How would you know it's error prone if you haven't even if no one's used it yet? That would be my question. Yes, check. Hey, Neuro, what's up? Great to see you. The reality is when the trend reversed. Rumoclat infection detected. Someone gifted some memberships. Let me see. Third Rallify has rated the stream. Spuds gifted 1 membership. Spuds gifted 5 memberships. Uh-oh. Look at that. Spuds gifted, Third Rallify rated. Spuds gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Third Rallify. And then Spuds gifted 5 memberships. Wow. Oh. Okay, so that means that's $30 from Spuds over there. Thank you so much, Spuds. It says that the Michael was gifted a membership. Critter Sitter was gifted a membership. Floggo was gifted a membership. Vegans taste like chicken. Greg Ohio was gifted a membership. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should be 6. Should be 6 people. It says 5 and 1. Oh, it says Third Rallify got the gifted membership the first one, and then these other people. So that's 6. So that means, thank you. That means that right now we are just $53 away, folks. 53 away from adding a third additional hour. Third Rallify got one. I didn't see that. Yes, I see it now on the thing. Yeah, so we are. So they're going to check the green sirens. Yeah, Itchy Crotch strikes again. I live in Missouri on the White River. We have dams for generating, but we get most of our electricity from Gulf Coast. Go figure. November 3 is coming. It's coming. It is. Justice is coming. Just Gina's here too. What's up, Just Gina? Great for being here. Thank you. I hope the rolls get cleaned and stay clean. Historically, Demon Rat NGOs load them back up after they get cleaned. Yes, yes. What's up, Shorty? Womp womp. That's Just Gina, I believe. So if a voter is wrongly removed by the time they learn about it and correct it, they may miss their opportunity to vote. Oh. Well, for every person that shouldn't be voting that's voting, every illegal that votes or every not, every fraudulent vote, that's somebody whose votes canceled out. So we got to fix that. Con. It says, I'm a Navy brat. We lived in Taipei, Taiwan many years ago. Well, that's awesome. You for T justice. Agreed. A native of South Africa who became a citizen more than a decade old was flagged as a potential non-citizen when Texas ran its voter file through the DHS system. Nell's local election office temporarily canceled his registration when he was waiting for a new passport. Oh, I'm like, you should know that I'm a citizen. That passport exists. Lizzie, are we sure? Maybe he's got a fake passport. Hey, Brian Ogden gets a membership on YouTube. That means right now we are just $47 away from a third additional hour. Thank you so much. And let's see. That one went to Chicago Jan. Chicago Jan received a gifted membership from Brian Ogden. Thank you so much. You rock, brother. Yeah. Sean has no excuse not to participate. Okay. I don't know what that means. The coals are fired up, Gina. Hey, what's up, Redneck Renegade? Trump has been trying to overhaul U.S. elections, including calling for a federal list of verified voters. His Justice Department has pushed states to hand over unredacted voter information for mass checks through DHS program known as SAVE. The Justice Department sued states that refuse. SAVE, short for the Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, was created under immigration law, mandating that DHS help federal, state, and local agencies prevent benefits from going to non-citizens. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, an arm of DHS, said more than 1,300 agencies use it. At least 25 states have used SAVE to check their voter rolls since April 2025 after the Trump administration significantly expanded its search abilities, and 60 million registrations were checked in a year's time, according to Citizenship and Immigration Services. That figure does not include the additional 7.4 million registrations from North Carolina, where Republicans control the state election board, that were recently run through the system. Yes, we can rally, like always. Yes, sure we can. They raise rates. They just don't spend it on maintenance. Well, they should be doing the maintenance. That's the thing. If they're raising rates and charging more, it should be only for the maintenance. It shouldn't be just for profits. Like, I think that's been going on too. I think we have, like they said, BlackRock bought out one of them. So that one is probably, and they said they want to get at least 11% return. So that's just them wanting more returns. So that shouldn't be allowed. The money should have to be reinvested. I mean, there should be like some profit because people won't buy stock or invest in the company. If it's a publicly traded company, they're not going to invest in it if they don't get any returns. But they should get some kind of small, like some kind of maybe like a 5 or 10% dividend or something like that off the money or something, 8%, 6%, 7%, something that makes it worthwhile. Otherwise, nobody will invest in it. It's got to be some kind of an investment come around. Many cemetery residents vote in every election. Yes, especially in Chicago. Definitely. Definitely in Chicago. Definitely in Chicago. Definitely in Chicago. I think I have to adjust this now too. Please come to Chicago for a while. Did I fix that? Okay. All right. Never let the trees go around the lines. Well, that's the thing. In California, they prevented them. Venture capital vampire just create drain corpses out of the companies. Well, that's what's going on. BlackRock is buying up some of these things, and then they're just return on investment would draw people in. Yeah, well, BlackRock buying up these utility companies is a problem. You napped for a while, Pat? That's awesome. You're up kind of late. Yeah. That's why we can't allow it to be like that. You know what I'm saying? there is no need for anyone to invest. Well, yeah, they get investments to make upgrades. Like when they want to do like a massive upgrades, like build a new plant, they have to take in investments to get the money to do it. They don't have the money just laying around to make expand. I mean, that's what their argument is. Is that not true? I mean, that's what they're claiming, that when they need to build new plants, they need to get investments to build the plants. People invest in the new plant, and then they get returns on the energy that the plant produces, I believe. Citizenship and Immigration Services say in an emailed statement that it's committed to helping eliminate voter fraud. The SAVE is one of the most important tools states have to verify voter information. Citizenship and Immigration Services said 60 million voter registration checks identified 24,000 potential non-citizens. U.S. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon, who runs Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division, said that during a recent Fox News interview that those checks also identified 350,000 people who have appeared to have died. Yep. BlackRock and Vanguard is buying everything up. Yeah, they are. My state allowed the utility company to bond out storm damage. Now the bill is due, including 10 plus years of interest. Big scam. Yeah. Too many American citizens are in the I don't do politics camp, not realizing that this is our children's, our grandchildren's future. Go vote, cancel out the illegals. Yes, do it. Could they do it with bond insurance issuance? Well, they can, but they still have to pay the bonds back. That's the thing. The bonds, people earn money on the bond every year, so they got to pay that bond out. Sell bonds to raise capital. Well, yeah, they sell bonds, but the bond's still going to have a return of like 5, 7, 8%. There's going to be a return on the bond. Nobody's going to buy a bond for 3%. What does the black rock mean? It's the black. I think it has to do with the black rock that the Muslims pray to. They could borrow if they didn't have money to upgrade. It's because they paid out dividends. Well, they have to pay out something to people who own. That's how it works. People don't invest in things for no return. That's not how the world works. The black cube is everywhere. That's why our rent and mortgage interest rates have skyrocketed since COVID. Yeah. Yeah, they're buying up the properties. But also they're the racist rocks. Yeah, that's what they're doing. It also has to do with the Fed playing games. So North Carolina State Board of Election said a check identified another 34,000 registered voters who are potentially deceased. Even if those eventually were verified as ineligible, they would represent a small percentage of the total registered voters. Yeah, the shit adds up though, man. The figure for non-citizens would be about 400 for every 1 million registrations. Some 384,000 people identified as potentially deceased, and about 67 million is a fraction of 1%. Okay, doesn't matter. In addition, in Dallas, election officials recently canceled the registration of Domingo Garcia, a 68-year-old lawyer, voting rights activist without explanation. He's been voting regularly for 50 years, most recently in the state's March 3rd primary. And it suspects the officials concluded he was deceased. Well, maybe because there's somebody else named Domingo Garcia who's not a citizen. That's probably what happened. The black cube should be on a dollar bill where the I is. I once saw an investment statement misprint that listed black cock instead of black rock. Maybe there is something called black cock too. How is a collusion by asset management groups not causing historic class action or antitrust? Stocks and bonds are apples and oranges. Back in 2014, I had a 1-bedroom apartment, trash and water included $350 a month, including my dog. That very same apartment is now $700 a month with no utilities, includes no pets. Yeah, well, part of that reason is because of the shortage. They're buying up the stuff and raising the prices, but there's also been a massive increase in the amount of people. I mean, 20 million people came into the country under Biden. All right. They know this, that they know of 20 million. That's taking up a lot of places for people to live. It's supply and demand. Whenever there's a glut of places for rent, prices come down. When there's not enough places to rent, there's only a small number of places, they raise the prices because they can. That's just the way of the world. I mean, that's what capitalism is. I'm sorry to say that's what capitalism is. I wish there was something I could do. Well. Well. Uh-oh, we got more memberships over here now on Rumble. Yes, Clue Battery was gifted a membership by Spuds. Thank you, Spuds. Thank you, Spuds, for different Clue Battery. Let's rally. We'll see what happens. I mean, I was actually an hour 42 away. I mean, if you guys are going to rally, you got to speed it up because we're up getting to 5 hours, which means we've actually did 3 extra hours already. They can't afford, not around here though. My town has roughly 17,000 people. So are you saying it's just because of them raising, just because of it being bought up by like BlackRock and Vanguard and then buying up the apartments? So they're just raising the prices to get more money for investment purposes, for like to increase the return on investment. Is that what's going on? Very small Midwest town in Ohio. Is there a lot of Haitians there? Because Ohio has been flooded with Haitians and Somalis. You'd be shocked if you came here. Jim seems bummed about the Rumble rashes. I'm not bummed about the Rumble rashes at all. I'm just saying, or they're taking advantage. I'm just saying, you guys we're already at 5 hours of the show. So if we don't get it, I'm going to end the show soon, so if it doesn't, I mean, I'm not just going to wait around for an hour for the $42 to come in. That's all I was getting at, if it doesn't, I was going to end the show because we already did 5 hours. Now he has to, now he has more people to donate later. Yeah, it's fine. I don't, I was just trying to figure out who to raid. That's all I was doing. But anyway. Voting rights advocates filed 6 federal lawsuits over the save checks. A couch is $1,000 a month here. Wow. You're on the west side of the state, a little in the southeast of Toledo. Trump administration promotes program to check voter eligibility. Okay. Oh, well, I think that's going to be it. Raid Salty Grower. He's a cool dude. Okay. All right. That's a good idea. Salty Grower. All right. All right. I'll do that. Sounds good to me. All right, everybody. I think that's going to be it for tonight. I want to thank everybody who was here. Please ask you, if you haven't already, please, like, follow, subscribe, become a member, chat, and leave a comment, do all that stuff that's good for the show. Good, it's good for the show. It's good for the show, and it's very appreciated, and I really do appreciate it. I want to thank everybody who was here, and please remind you to, come back tomorrow for Jim to tell you the news tomorrow. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern time. He's premium, so don't rate him. Oh, okay. Liked and followed tonight. Thank you. So, not sure how long he'll be on though. Just trying to help Jim build up his own channel with this third Ralify, folks. That's awesome. I appreciate it. So is he not? He's premium? Oh, okay. So I guess I got to do a different channel. All right. All right. I think I see one. All right. He's premium, so we can't do him. Oh, thank you, Justina, for sharing my stream. Who's live? Well, Mersh. Okay, here. Tell me in the chat, Mersh or Portland Andy? Mersh or Portland Andy? Mersh or Portland Andy? That's what I see live. Yeah, he's on premium. So Mersh or Portland Andy? Mersh or Portland Andy? Someone tell me. Mersh or Portland Andy? Let's go. Mersh or Portland Andy? Mersh or Portland Andy? Andy? All right. Andy? All right. You don't know Mersh is I just saw he's the only people. Drunken Rocky is live. I don't know who that is. All right. Well, thank everybody who's here. Please remember, like, subscribe, come back. See you tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern time. All week, 7 p.m. Eastern time, all week except for Thursdays. Thank you all. Night, night.